Ken is joining us now.
Good evening and welcome to the June 2025 work session of the Suffolk Public School Board. We will now call this meeting to order. At this time, our first topic for the work session is being presented by Cherry Bekaert. It's an audit discussion. And so we will hear from them and receive some information from them, and then I will allow time for board members to ask questions at the end if any questions remain. Mr. Collier and I believe it was Brandy, are you all able to hear us?
We are. Are you able to hear us? Wonderful.
Yes.
All right. Are we ready to get started? Okay. Thank you for letting
Hang
us.
on one second. We're turning up the volume in here. There's a little bit of an echo, a little bit of background.
Okay. Do you want to test it a bit with the speakers there?
We're turning our speakers up to see if that helps. Can you give us another test?
Sure. How is this sound?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, great. What we have here today is a slide deck with a few slides that talk about the different types of engagements that can cover audits, assurance, advisory, forensics, just a lot of the different topics that are available there. We did this presentation specifically for this work session, and we will make these slides available or this content available after, so no need to take a lot of notes. And we will open it up for questions as well. On the agenda, what we will cover is we'll introduce ourselves, of course, give some objectives for the meeting, an overview of who Cherry Bekaert is and our services that we provide. We will discuss in detail financial oversight engagements. We're phrasing it as that to broaden the category of what all is available. Some key differences, some engagement comparisons between the different options, why these things matter, who would be the key stakeholders, roles, and responsibilities in an engagement of this type. And we will share some examples of the phases, project plans, and scope that are general examples. And then we have listed the areas that were in a memo we received for potential review or discussion, and then next steps. So the objectives here for this work session, we will discuss types of financial oversight engagements. We'll define terminology and highlight key differences. A little bit about us. Here we go. We skipped the slide where we introduce ourselves. Danny, I'm sorry. Danny is not able to be with us today. He's the partner over accounting advisory. So John and I will introduce ourselves, or Ken can introduce himself as well, but John and I will be doing most of the presentation, but we will all be available for questions. Ken, did you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Good evening. So Ken Woodring, Director in Accounting Advisory at Cherry Bekaert. Apologies for being off camera. I'm actually in transit to an event tonight. So we'll be off camera, but we'll be here to answer any questions for you guys.
All right. Thank you. And I am Brandy Westbrook. I am a senior manager within the accounting advisory, specifically working in the government and public sector area of Cherry Bekaert, and have a background in state government for about 15 years, and then some professional, like CPA firm experience of non-tax audit and consulting advisory, and specifically like to work with nonprofits and governmental entities, as that's a lot of my background and also kind of a passion of mine, and I understand it. John, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, first, thank you very much for providing us the audience. We look forward to presenting to you the options that we have for you based on the memo that we received the other day. My name's John Collier. I'm a managing director in Cherry Bekaert's Forensics, Disputes, and Advisory Services Group. I'm a forensic accountant and a testifying expert. We are CPAs, certified fraud examiners, and spend most of our time on forensic accounting engagements, litigation-related breach of contract damages, and fraud and forensic accounting investigations, at the type of which that I think is the topic of this evening's discussion. So, looking forward to hearing your questions and having an interesting dialogue on the topic.
All right. Thank you, John. Now, reminder of the meeting objectives, since somehow we skipped past that first slide. And so we'll go over some of and GPS is government and public sector. So that part of our practice combines accounting and audit professionals, and we provide a wide range of services, and including all of the things bulleted. Some of these would be things that were involved in this specific engagement, or as you requested, what would be involved in an audit engagement, but it expands also to how some of the other areas we cover. Our team brings a deep understanding of complex challenges that our clients face, and we are able to custom tailor engagement sometimes to focus on the areas of highest need. Some of our experience, the segments we serve, of course, listed there, but not only municipalities, counties, state agencies, departments, authorities, boards and commissions, public universities, and community. We have a private sector area and then a non-for-profit area as well. There's a summary there of some of our experience and qualifications, what we can do to improve transparency, efficiency, effectiveness in government. And like myself, a lot of us have first-hand experience of how government works, or I also have specific experience of how the relationship between a board or district oversight or governance board and the groups it serves or governs, how that the specific nuances of that. So there's a lot of things we can do. What I wanted to do here, though, is let John explain. I know John specifically worked on a couple of these projects. John, did you want to go into any detail on some of the ones that you have worked on, specifically related to some of the topics mentioned in the memo?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Brandy. So, you know, our two distinct groups, which work collectively on a number of these types of investigations and internal control procedures, and from what we've gathered, this is sort of what you're looking for is an evaluation of your internal control systems, see where weaknesses may be, and also at the same time trying to identify that anything may have already occurred. And we've worked on a number of these types of investigations in the past. Two of them that I would bring to your attention that I recently completed. One was a county tourism department forensic audit, and this was for a county in an area on the coast of the United States where tourism is enormous. It's one of the largest tourism destination counties in the country, and we did a thorough evaluation of their payroll, their accounts payable system, their receivable system, and a lot of it was as a result of outcry from the public that their budget was becoming too large. They couldn't validate or justify their expenditures, and that they weren't meeting the needs that they were set out to meet. And so we did a thorough analysis and investigation and identified many areas where funds were leaving that should have been retained and used elsewhere. We found contract issues, nepotism issues. We found where vendors were getting paid, and as a result, there were kickbacks, not in the form of money, but in the form of other things that were provided, and gave the county a complete report that they used to reevaluate and revamp their entire budget for their tourism department. Another investigation that we recently completed was the county sheriff's office fund forensic audit. And this was a county in a very large metropolitan area, one of the largest in the United States, where the sheriff's office was responsible for spending money that was put in a $20 million annual fund for purposes of the inmates' benefits. And we did a thorough investigation of those expenditures, the support for all of that, where that was lacking, and where some of those funds were misused, and provided a report of the same. I think these are not dissimilar from the sorts of asks that probably is going to be come out of an investigation that you all are looking for. So I thought these might be good examples.
Thank you, John. And I will point out how this is a good representation of the different types of, so the bottom two are specifically about forensic audits, whereas the first two case studies or examples of engagements more focused on going in and assessing current state, workflows, processes, and designing, like mapping those and designing a future state using best practices, and if it needs to be updated or modernizing technology, but doing a bit of a transformation that's not too disruptive, but to set the organization up for success based on what they're currently doing without scrapping it, but just building upon it or bringing some of it into a more modern or automated, if possible, approach. All right. So here are four types of, we try to break these into like four categories, which they can go down a lot of different paths, but the four high-level financial oversight engagements would be an advisory internal control assessment. So that's more of like a consultant engagement. So you come in and evaluate and find ways to improve internal controls. These are conducted by advisory personnel. They're not for issuing official audit opinions. They focus on identifying gaps and recommending improvements, and often include implementation support and strategic guidance for both the processes or any additional technology or checks and balances that need to be implemented. An audit is a process to analyze financial data for accuracy, conducted internally or by external auditors. There are some organizations have internal auditors, and then in addition to employing external auditors. Ensures financial statements reflect the financial position, the true financial position, and then commonly used for compliance, investment readiness, and fraud detection. So that often or can lead to a forensic or fraud type procedures. And assurance engagement is independently verify the accuracy of the audit. So it's always conducted by an external party, provides a second opinion to validate the audit findings, and builds trust with the stakeholders and governing bodies, just like seeking a second opinion and making sure everything is in order and transparent as it needs to be and understood. John, I would love for you to describe or explain how those type of engagements are different than a specific forensic accounting investigation.
No, sure. So I think the main difference and the things that a lot of people get confused by when they're comparing a forensic audit to a regular audit and other more typical accounting services is that a regular audit and your typical compilations and reviews, that's a specific set of procedures that are done so that someone, especially in an audit, can render opinion and say that we went through, we sampled, we looked at your general financial condition, and nothing rose to our attention that was alarming or that was outside of the norms that we may be able to offer an opinion that these seem to be okay. And it's a general review and analysis that's done every year to make sure that the company or the government agency is continuing to have a good set of internal controls and good reporting, and that the reports are as accurate as possible. A forensic accounting investigation is more of a laser approach. It's normally conducted when something is discovered that's problematic and people want to find out, I want to know exactly what this problem is. The biggest difference between a forensic auditor and a regular auditor is a regular auditor is going in to say, let me look here and confirm that nothing's going wrong. And a forensic auditor is going to go in and say, I'm going in thinking something's wrong, and I'm going to try to find what it is that's wrong. Where an auditor is going to try to generally rule out that anything is materially wrong. And materiality is a very important point here, because they're going to look at a level that is material to the financial condition of the company. So if it's $50 million, they may not be looking at anything under $1 million, where a fraud examiner is going to look to whether somebody is stealing $100,000 from you. Generally, on the right of the slide here kind of talks a little bit about what that entails. So again, it's an accounting investigation to identify and quantify fraud, waste, or misuse of a corporation's or governmental entity's assets. So this isn't necessarily just dollars, but it could be if somebody is using a corporate vehicle for unintended purposes. Well, they're getting a benefit that they're not paying for, and that may not be a monetary penalty to the government, but it's a monetary benefit to the employee that they shouldn't be getting. That's just an example. So it's typically conducted by certified fraud examiners or similarly credentialed accounting professionals. Most of the people on my team are certified fraud examiners, or what's called certified in financial forensics, and that is a designation that is rendered by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, which is the governing body of public accountants in the United States. So typically, forensic accounting, it involves requesting and analyzing accounting and financial records and information. We're looking at your financial statements, and we're looking at the documents and information that support the numbers that are on those financial statements. If we're looking at payables, we're going to be looking at the invoices, the receiving reports, the purchase orders, the requests, and looking to make sure that the signatures are all correct there, and that the goods that were delivered are the goods that were ordered and were not substituted with an inferior product. That's examples of the types of things forensic accountants look at. And once we do all this work, whether we're looking at bank statements, we're looking at receivables reports and things like that, if you find that things have gone wrong, then that can lead to an employee's termination. It can lead to requests for reimbursement. Many times it leads to criminal proceedings, and where we are assisting the client in charges that would prove that this person would have been guilty of a crime. So any of those things are possible in a fraud investigation or forensic accounting investigation.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
Okay, we'll go over some key differences here. Advisory, and it's kind of just a summary of some of the other slides, but it presents it in a different way. Advisory will offer you insights and recommendations. It's collaborative with the group, with the client and the consultant, and it is very strategic with end goal in mind. Like I said, a lot of times it's assessing current state, planning future state, mapping it out. And audit, I'll skip forensics, I'll let John go through that one in detail, evaluates financial data accuracy, and it may be internal or external, as we mentioned before. And then assurance confirms audit reliability and is always external. So a bit of a summary of the things in the slide before. I guess the things that are the most different about the three. John, did you want to add anything about forensics
No.
here?
I would just reiterate that, normally in a forensic accounting investigation, it's more pinpointed. You're targeting specific areas where you expect fraud or misappropriation of assets to have occurred, as opposed to in a lot of these other ones where you want to look more generally, take a more global approach at looking at your accounting and reporting system.
Yes, and I think it's important to point out that the forensic quantifies the impacts of the client, like it says here. It puts it in a bit of a different perspective. All right, we have a comparison of the different engagements, the purpose of them. So they're separated by purpose, timing, who conducts them, and focus areas. So we've talked about how assurance can confirm the audit can evaluate the accuracy of the financial data, advisory can improve processes, internal controls, and then forensics can identify or pinpoint that low-hanging fruit and go from there with a variety of techniques. The timing of those, this is where I think this is the order, I guess, in which they would be done. So an audit would be conducted first. Assurance would follow the audit. Advisory can happen at any time, and it could be sometimes to get ready for an audit or to get ready for a new fiscal year or new, anything that changes or to bring things. It's time for a refresh. Make sure we're doing things, the best business practices or the best, staying, in line with governance. And then forensics is specifically when fraud is suspected, as John has stated. So unless there were a reason to suspect that in some way, that wouldn't be the first place, I guess, we would start, but it certainly is necessary if there is suspicion of fraud in any way. The different engagements, we've talked about this a little bit, and forensics specifically, as John stated, would be certified fraud examiners. Sometimes also have other credentials, but that's the main one if you're dealing with forensics. Whereas audit has your specific criteria and credentials for individuals that do that, and both who does it and then who within the organizations are qualified to do those. And then there are also several qualification certifications or background subject matter expertise that would be involved in advisory as well. And so where they focus, audit, specifically on that financial reporting and compliance. So your GASME, things like that. Assurance, specifically on how it's almost an audit of the audit, if you will. Advisory, that can be a proactive or reactive, strategic improvement and implementation support of some way, or if you just want to understand and implement better internal controls. And then forensics, specifically that identification and recovery of misappropriated assets. John, do you have anything you wanted to add to this?
No, I think that mainly summarizes some of the previous slides. So I would say that about covers it from my end.
All right. So why this matters. All four of the engagements we've discussed, the broad engagement types, enhance transparency and accountability. Advisory provides strategic value and implementation support, where assurance adds credibility to audit findings, and John, I would just like you to explain here the specific value or why forensics matters.
Well, I think as from what I understand here, you've got a situation where you've got third parties that are questioning budgets and the usage of funds, and want to make sure that everything that is all of the public funds are being used properly. And a forensic accounting audit is going to go into detail to those areas where people are questioning the most that there may be misuse or misappropriation, to try to satisfy those specific questions. And sometimes those things can come actually out of an audit. Audit committees oftentimes get financial statements, audited or otherwise, and then say, why are our expenses going up so much? Why did this capital improvement project cost twice as much as was expected? When you get questions like that, then it's more time to bring in a forensic accountant, somebody who's going to dig a little bit further and a little bit deeper, using a little bit different techniques than would be used in a general, like I said before, a more global approach that an auditor would take.
Okay. Oh, thank you. So here is just a very high level overview of who in these types of engagements key stakeholders are and what the roles and responsibilities would be. You, the school board, you would review and approve the scope of work, help develop the scope of work for whatever type of engagement, initiate the engagement. You would be the ones receiving the initial results of however that was presented, if it was a report or in what the specific deliverables were requested or decided upon in the scope of work. Cherry Bekaert, we would conduct the engagement, analyze the data, and prepare the reports or any other deliverables. And then the school staff, in this structure, the school staff, and that would also be up to you on exactly in the scope of work, but they would be the ones to provide access to the actual data and the documents and assist with the inquiries, participate in the interviews if that was part of it, or let us test the systems, or if there were things that were kept, say their paper files kept at a specific school in their administrative office. I'm not sure how much is centralized versus decentralized in your district, but whoever has access to that data and owns that data and can give it to us or let us review it and answer questions, that would be their main part, including whatever else in the scope of work was decided upon. All right, so we have some examples here, and these, I will say, these are very generic. They can change based on what type of engagement, but typically the project phases would involve after the scope of work and execution and the planning and all of that is done. And when you start the actual engagement, a lot of times it's field work. We go out, and a lot of that is done at the school level with the school staff to gather all of the information needed and test that information. We take it and we evaluate it, analyze it, look at it we use a lot of tools and techniques and strategies to evaluate, assess, document what we found there. And then if we have to go back for more, we find something we need to go back to more, it's not complete. That's a process, and it can be a back and forth process at times. And then reporting, we prepare any requested reports, and I'll add deliverables to this, just any other deliverables, depending on what type of engagement. We would present that report, it could be in person or virtual like this, to leadership, meaning in this case, the board here, and determine recommendations. We will come with recommendations to implement, and then can proceed with implementing or overseeing and following up with the implementation of that, and then whatever agreed upon ongoing support. So that's pretty general. And we have a sample project plan, how we would outline. So we have the phases and the general practices, but the project plan is actually what we tailor to the specific objective, scope, deliverables, and needs. So you have the phases. I would say these are phases 2. They're just designed like as a project plan, and you would see that each would come with a timeline and milestones along the way, as well as deliverables. So there would be regular status meetings set up, and to figure out next steps and action items and update on anything related to the engagement. Some of these things can change based on, like, the objectives going into it could change based on, say, fraud, if fraud was found or something like that. Sometimes when you get into it, it can lead you to some different ways, or just some different things you need to then look at. Sample project scope here, we would determine the project objectives, define the recommend measures to specifically with advisory, like internal control gaps, provide performance improvement recommendations, provide recommendations to help facilitate operational continuity and a smooth transition between the ingoing and outgoing CFO. I say CFO because it's a general term we use, but it would be your finance director, your controller, your administrator. I don't know who in your organization would have that role, be that stakeholder role. We would have in scope and out of scope processes that we would look at. So we would determine the different areas, and we have a slide soon that will go over the individual ones that are the main areas that we were given in a memo that were of interest, I will say. And then the methodology, a lot of it involves the interviews, assessment of internal controls, performance improvement, opportunity identification, like I said, current best practices. There's a lot of methodology that depends on the type of engagement, but that's pretty general overall. And John, do you have, before we go over the specific areas for review, did you want to add anything? Some of these apply to forensics as well, but these are just kind of high level.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to make sure and leave enough time for questions. I know we're pushing up, so we can move forward, and I'll just answer any specific questions anybody has about it. Okay,
perfect. So these should not be new to you all. These are in the memo we received. The specific areas kind of summarized. There were sub areas, but summarized as far as the different areas that may be of interest to look at. So deciding on what is most important on this list in order to define the scope of work, plan the engagement, and where to start. Of course, we can recommend some strategies for that. And of course, if there is some fraud or mismanagement that y'all are aware of, that would probably be the area that would need to be started on initially. So next steps here, we have that the school board here will determine engagement services requested, the availability of stakeholders, and timeline. We could do that in coordination with you all. And then we could, if requested, provide a fee quote and estimated timeline upon the request, knowing more what the actual engagements you want to pursue. And then, of course, we can schedule follow-up meetings to this meeting to answer more questions, or we're available for that, or schedule planning follow-up meetings if wanting to actually work on that scope of work. All right, that is it for the presentation. We were a little longer than planned. Here is our contact information, and we will make this slide deck or make it a PDF available to you. Feel free to reach out to any of us or reference anything in there. At this time, I wanted to make sure we had time for questions. So if I can stop sharing my screen, unless y'all want to keep it up, or I'll keep it up in case y'all want to reference back to some of it. But any questions from the room?
Thank you very much, all three of you, for bringing this information to us. I just want to offer a few points to my colleagues, and then I'm going to open the floor for them to ask clarifying questions. Vice Chair McGee and I did meet virtually with this group on Tuesday to set the goal for this meeting, and we basically both provided with them that our goal was to determine, are we looking more at an advisory internal control review, or are we looking more at the forensic accounting investigation? And from that discussion, they were able to develop this presentation, and some of the feedback they gave was that you can do both simultaneously, but you have to really shrink the scope of what you're looking for if you're looking to do anything forensic. The number of bullet points that we provided, it wasn't really it's a logistical nightmare. So where do we want to begin? And one of the things that I threw out there is on my campaign trail, my experience, the buzzword in the community has been purchase cards. And so they did acknowledge that is something that we can define. For an example, as a parameter, is that we want them to look into our purchase card activity, while also Ken's area of expertise would be our internal control review. Are our processes up to snuff and the most efficient for what we need to be doing as a business organization? So I just wanted to offer that clarity. They also asked if we had a timeline. I explained that what Mr. Riddick pointed out already, this is not going to fit in the 24-25 budget cycle because that ends in about 18 days. So we would be looking down the road either with unfunded or spent funds next spring, or even into the next calendar year after that. All of that has to come from us at a later discussion. So right now, if you have specific questions for them about these processes they've offered as suggestions for work they can do, I think that would be the wise way to spend the remainder of this time, to ask them questions about these processes, and then we will need to have another work session discussion about what we want to focus the work on and how do we want to proceed from there. So does anybody want to jump in? Okay, Vice Chair McGee.
Hey, thank you guys again for being here. John, real quick, Tuesday when we met, if you could, there were a couple things you pointed out I think would be prudent for the board to hear. One was how you described the phases. You used phase one regarding a forensic investigation. Then you also made a comment regarding P cards from your experience that, normally or more than likely, if you have purchase cards, you will find some type of fraud. Could you go into a little more detail on a couple of those topics I just mentioned?
Sure. I appreciate the question, and I don't remember verbatim what I said, but generally I would say the same thing each time. So, and as was just stated, this is a long list of a lot of different areas that are all critical to accounting and finance and your organizational processes, getting people paid to work for you, getting your vendors paid, things of that nature. But in order to really understand what's going on, the best thing to do is to do what I call go for the low hanging fruit, as opposed to trying to look at every single aspect of every area of your accounting department, looking for those areas where fraud is more likely. My understanding is that there have been people in the community that have said, we need a forensic accounting investigation. Well, we need to speak to those people and say, why do you say we need a forensic accounting investigation? And if they say, well, there was too much money spent on this building, well, then, okay, how much was the building supposed to cost? How much was it? We've got an area to focus on. And things like P cards are always low hanging fruit. Employee reimbursements, having employee issued company credit cards and P cards, oftentimes people take advantage of that situation and make personal purchases on those cards. They make purchases that were not, they may not be unauthorized purchases, but they may not have been approved. There's processes that when somebody's got the ability to spend money in their hand, that they often overlook, either intentionally or not intentionally. And so when you're looking at a place where there's low hanging fruit, like P cards, or even payables, if we were able to get, or someone, if a forensic accountant, we were able to get a download of your accounts payable vendor files that demonstrated the payments to all of your vendors, it could quickly sort them and look for large round dollar amounts. Look for vendors that are individuals getting paid as opposed to companies. And those large round dollar amounts you want to key in on those, because you pay vendors, you usually pay taxes associated with that. They charge different things so things don't usually come down to round dollar amounts. You look at individuals because individuals are more likely to have a conflict of interest. They're more likely that there might be a relationship with somebody that is in accounts payable, or that is at least somebody who approves contracts and things of that nature. So my recommendation is always to go for the low hanging fruit, see if there's anything there, see if you can find someone who may have done something inappropriate that is willing to help you look at other things and maybe turn into somebody who can assist you so that things may not turn out quite so badly for them. And of course, you can never recommend to somebody that they won't get punished to the fullest extent of the law, or that you'll go light on them. But you can say that your assistance in this investigation will not go unnoticed. So I hope that kind of answers a little bit. If you want to be a little bit more specific, I can give you a more specific answer.
No, John, I appreciate it. The only last thing I have, and I'm finished, would when you spoke on our test audit, our annual test audit, from your experience, can an organization have good test audits annually, yet fraud still is occurring and not detected?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Auditors have a very specific job, and that job is to perform an analysis based on parameters and based on materiality, like I said before. In order for an auditor to go look at every single transaction, it would be cost prohibitive. So there are standards that have been set that auditors follow specific procedures in order that they may be able to render opinions that we did not identify any material misrepresentations, and based on the procedures that we performed, your financial statements represent that the actions and the health of the company. But underneath all of that, there may be fraud going on that auditors techniques, especially their sampling techniques, are not set up to catch, and that's not their fault. And that doesn't necessarily say that the audit was bad. It's just that with a fraud, it can occur in many different ways at many different levels that are either untested by audits altogether, or that are not tested down to the level that the fraud is occurring. In a retail establishment, if somebody is stealing $100 a day from the cash register of a company that makes, $50 million a year, an audit is not going to go to the level to look for something like that. Now, I'm not saying a forensic accounting investigation would either. We would set those parameters as well, but we would set them we would set the materiality at a lower percentage than an audit, and we would be talking with people ahead of time to identify the problem areas to investigate first, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else on the board? Board Member Brittingham?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here and providing this information to the board. I have a couple questions that have to do with the third-party information that you have referenced a couple times, having third parties come forward and share information of concerns on how some of the money in the district is spent. So having that come up over and over again, whether that's a monetary amount or even through other avenues, whether it's say an employee, who had an issue with some of the money amounts that were happening within their own accounting, or possibly looking at different departments and how money is being allocated in different departments. Is that something that you would look into either in the auditing of the processes or in the forensic auditing?
Brandy, you want to start, or?
Sure. So what I think you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if you have someone from the public, a third party, a vendor, whoever is associated, or an employee saying things or questioning things about other without actual evidence or facts. And so would you interview that person or gather information from that person? Is that the question?
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Okay. I think that is more certainly so how it typically works is y'all guide where people would start in this, right? So who to interview, who to talk to, but those do lead where you go, where else you go, and who else you talk to, and what other in some of these engagements. An audit is more there's a process, here it works. The advisory and the forensics, it's broader, and I think assurance is more defined as well. But the other engagements are more flexible, I will say. So the answer is yes, but it really depends on the situation or the case and who's involved and what direction the board would like to go. John, do you have a different perspective from?
No, I mean, I think that's basically right. But what I would say is, and I guess the overarching thing we want to do is we want to give you good advice. And so whether you proceed with any forensic accounting investigation, or whether that forensic accounting investigation or audit or internal control procedure review happens with us, that would be great, or not. But the most important thing is that you understand you could spend a tremendous amount of money doing all of the things on this screen. And so what you want to try to accomplish is, how can we resolve the issues, recover any misappropriate assets with spending as little money as possible? And the way to do that is to look where the smoke is. So the first thing that you and your forensic accounting and internal control team should do is say, where are we getting complaints from? Internally, externally, from the community? Where did we go over budget? Look at your budget, look at your capital improvements budget, look at your actual, and go, where did we overspend? We need to drill down here. Why? Look at your payroll. Why is our payroll going up every year by 10%, yet we're not adding any more people, and we're only giving 5% raises? We need to look there. Look where there is smoke. And if somebody is talking, it really is critical to find out the source of their complaint. And sometimes it's general. It's like, well, they're just spending too much money, and we're worried about P cards. They shouldn't have P cards. Well, it's the way we always go about it is say, ask 5 whys. Why are you concerned that they have too many about the P cards? Well, we've heard that they're spending too much. So why do you think they're spending too much? What is the cause of that? And if you keep asking why somebody thinks something, you're either going to get down to them going, oh, well, we really don't know, or they're going to come up with something specific that you can then investigate. And the more specific things you investigate, as opposed to using a scattershot approach, the more efficient your investigation will be, and the more likely you are to actually turn up, up legitimate issues.
Thank you.
Now, my screen just went strange, so I don't know whether that's me or somebody else or.
We seem to have lost Brandy. We see you, we see Ken's name, and then we see ourselves.
Okay, well, we'll try to cover any other questions you may have, and
Okay.
hopefully she'll get back.
Other board members?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
can you provide an estimate for your cost of services, or what's typically in range, if a forensic audit was done versus a processes review and suggestions? And I do have a follow-up after that.
So the answer is yes, we could provide an estimate. I couldn't provide an estimate to you today. What that would probably entail is follow-up meetings where we visit with you and any of the stakeholders that really have specific issues, and we say, okay, let's prioritize these areas. Let's say we prioritize P cards and accounts payable. And so we're going to say, okay, now we've got 2 areas to focus on. Now, within those areas, how many people have P cards? That's something we don't know right now. And how many payments do you all make every week, month, and year? And what's the total dollar value of those payments? Those 2 questions would be answered. And then we'd say, okay, now we have a handle on the number of transactions we're going to be looking at. And with that in mind, we can start to evaluate how long we think that would take. And so that's the process. That's probably the best answer that I could give you in terms of the cost. I mean, I can tell you what our we can tell you what our rates are per hour, and I don't have that off the top of my head right now for everybody, but we could definitely get you that. Then it's just a matter of how many hours it would take. But we're willing to invest our time personally for free to help you prioritize what you should look at first, and then to have you give us information about the number of transactions that we would be looking at in order for us to be able to give you an accurate estimate. And then the only other comment I would say, and then I'd turn it over to Ken if he's available, is I do think that the forensic audit would probably cost more than the internal control review. Because I think you did ask that question, whether one was more than the other. But with that said, I see Ken just took himself off mute. Please correct me where I'm wrong or add to where I haven't been sufficient, Ken.
No, I think you're spot on again, John. It really is dependent on the number of processes, policies, stakeholders, interviews. Those all factor into it. Now, we don't have to look at everything all at once either, right? You may say, hey, guys from Cherry Bekaert or another firm, we want you to look at these 3 areas this year. Okay, we're good. We can look at another batch next year. Or we look at 3 of them, and there's stuff that we find, and all of a sudden you're like, oh crap, now we want you to look at everything else altogether. We're flexible in that approach, and we can scale up or down as the school board needs us to. But to John's point, we're willing to work with you to identify the low-hanging fruit and the quick win areas.
Thank you.
Yeah, well said.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
So with this being said, I have reservation. I have a comment that I would like to make once we're done talking with Cherry Bekaert, but pertaining to this topic. So before we move to the next, I ask for the floor for that. Is there a way that we can possibly substitute the audit that we are already going through with the city, that you all come and look at our books and stuff, and we do a audit? We had a lot of citizens that had concerns about both. Possibly do it for both. I mean, I don't know how that's going to work, but is that something we can do? Because, you know, I get it. We're not our own entity in some aspects of it. We don't even handle. It's so many other pieces involved in our financial processes. So in order to audit us, you're going to have to look at the city's books. So with that being said, is there a way we could possibly substitute the year-end audit that we do already with more so a targeted forensic audit?
We would have to go back to our external audit team and determine why that audit's needed and what compliance aspect it covers. And I would say that the answer is likely no. We can't substitute one for the other, but we can confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ken is spot on. Normally, people don't like to have audits. People don't like to pay for audits. Normally, if somebody's getting an audit done, it's because it's required by a government agency or a bank or something like that. So, and audit procedures they're not 180 degrees different than forensic accounting, but they're just done at a different level. Vouching and tracing are done based on samples and things like that. So, they're two different animals. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know that I could answer your question other than to say, I think Ken is right. I don't think that under normal circumstances, someone could say, I'm getting a forensic audit done. So that should take the place of a regular audit. It should be good enough because forensic audits are going to look in specific places for specific things, which means that they're not going to do some things that a normal audit would do. I'm sorry if that isn't the answer you wanted to hear, but hopefully at least answered your question.
No, I don't have a particular scope of what I want to hear. I just want to know what's best for us as an institution. Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions, but I do have a statement that I would eagerly like to make once all the board members are done with their questions.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Board Member Jenkins.
As everyone has said, thank you so much for coming. Two questions I have. One, the first one is, if we choose to do the audit, will you go back and pull previous audits so you can compare, or will you do this from just your perspective and start fresh? That's the first one. First question.
Okay. Do you want to take the answer? So I'll give you my perspective, and then Ken, it looks like Brandy maybe back can give them theirs as well. So we definitely look at historical audits to try to understand where changes have occurred that may raise questions. So for instance, and I think I gave this, use the same example. So let's say that your payroll has not changed in 5 years, except for the fact that you have given everybody 5% raises every year. Well, we're going to go back and look at the first thing we're going to look is if you've got an external audit done, we want to see that external audit and see what your payroll expense was for each of those years to see whether or not, and we would do what's called common size analysis. We would compare all of your expenses to your total revenue and see whether changes have occurred over a fiscal year that the percentage changes would cause a red flag. It's just one of several procedures that forensic accountants use is to see whether or not expenditures changed in line with revenue or whether or not there was a dramatic change, just like travel and entertainment. Let's say you have a dramatic change in travel and entertainment expense. Well, if your audit report has that, is detailed enough, if your financial statements, your audited financial statements are detailed enough to show travel and entertainment expense by year, well, that's a no-brainer. We're going to be able to look at that so fast in 5 seconds. We'll be able to see whether or not there was a spike in travel and entertainment expenses, and that would then cause us to drill down and say, okay, in 2023, we see that travel and entertainment expenses went up 30%. We would like to see the general ledger detail of all of the amounts that were posted to travel and entertainment expense for that year. And then if we see a transaction in there for $3,500, it's unusual, we would say we would like to see the expense reimbursement report that supports this $3,000 expense. So we would use the historical audited financial statements to help us identify outliers and then drill down. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, thank you. And the second one, I know it was brought up about an employee. So what is your threshold? How far would you all go back to try to find something that they're claiming an employee did?
Well, before I answer that, Ken, I didn't give you or Brandy a chance to chime in on the previous question. So first, was there anything you would add or change?
Yeah, I would only add on that last question, right? Like, we have access to our other team members that do the audit each year. So we're going to reference them and ask them questions of, hey, did you look at this? You know, what's the reason for this? So there's a little bit of synergy there, right, when we keep it all in the same firm. But if you were to have another firm come in, it would truly be a fresh set of eyes, and they may not be able to, our audit team may not be able to share all of their work that they've done, just from there's accounting regulations out there that preclude some of that as well. So that's just another thought to add on to John's comments.
Yeah, that's great. There definitely are efficiencies in the same company that does your audit, taking a look at the forensic accounting work as well too. So your question was, if an employee, and I apologize because I wanted to make sure I let Ken speak and I forgot, but you have an employee that has made an accusation, and you're wanting to know how far back we might go in time to validate those employees' accusations? Was
No,
that
it's
your
people
question?
in the community, not an employee. It's just people buzz in the community.
Sure. Well, this is part and parcel with what I was talking about before. Before we even start thinking about charging you for our services and saying, okay, how much are we going to spend on all this? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to develop a scope of work. And that scope of work is going to include what specific areas we're going to look at, the types of documents that we're going to review, and very importantly, and specifically to your point, is how far back we're going to go. And so we will advise you on how far back we think you need to go. And we're going to base that on your answers to some of our questions, as well as we are going to ask who has been complaining. What have you found or heard that people are concerned about? And when did this occur? If you've got a new building that went up 3 years ago, and that building cost 5 times what it was supposed to cost, I'm certainly going to recommend that we go back far enough that we look at the cost associated with that building. So if there's a particular situation, we're going to try to get back to that level. All things aside, normally we just go back probably 3 to 5 years, but that can change based on your budget and based on anything that happened specifically that we may need to take a look at. Ken, Brandy?
Yeah, and I would say based on feedback from the community, right? If they're telling us, hey, something happened back in 2015, that was a relatively long time ago. So that may be an example of, if that's the driver of this, to maybe take a forward-looking approach and look at policies, procedures, controls, and see where we can tighten things up from that perspective on a go-forward basis, rather than go back to a period where, you know, we're going to have to dig up books and records. I can't remember what I ate for breakfast yesterday, so people will definitely not remember 10 years ago that clearly, right? So another thought there, maybe taking a forward-looking approach as opposed to a historical lens.
Yeah, no, that makes good
And
sense.
thank you for that. And let me at first apologize. The Mother Nature, technology can can combat Mother Nature, and the power went out in this entire area that I'm in, so I'm in the dark. So we'll see. But I'm sorry, it took me a minute to get back on. Had to deal with getting hotspot and all that kind of thing. Fun technology. But I agree completely with what Ken and John said. As far as that's where I think that advisory proactive approach would really come in handy. Because depending even on like retention schedules of some documents, there might not be a lot available still at this point to look back if it was that far back. So that proactive approach and internal looking at processes and doing more of a proactive preventative assessment may be the way to go in that case.
Thank you.
Board Member Slingla for Ms. Fields. Board Member Slingla.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, as everybody has said. I have a question, and it might seem like an obvious answer, but I just want to ask it. I know that you all have been doing our annual audits for the city and for the school system. I understand if you had to look back based upon my colleague's question with looking back on the historical audits, if we put out an RFP, if you all were awarded the job, is there any risk in a conflict of interest for you all in any way? I know there's benefits with regards to the fact that you've been doing our regular audits. If, for instance, you found, as you referenced, John, a 30% travel increase and you wanted to investigate that, what we have been told is that with our regular audits that we receive, that if there was any kind of flags or anything that would indicate there was something that could be wrong, then they would follow up on it from there. We would be given a flag on it. So if you all went back, since you've done our audits and since we've had clean audits for the last 10 years, if you looked at those historically and you found something, looking at it more critically as a forensic audit team, if you went back and you found something, is there a conflict for you all internally? Because this is your work and you would have to speak to some of the work that you've done for the school system.
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. So the first thing I would say is we can certainly find things and that not demonstrate that there has been any problem with the audit, as I've said before, because of the materiality. And the audit is meant to look at a certain level, at a certain departments and divisions, and the scope is what it is, and there are statements made in the audit as to assurances as to what was done and what was found. So don't be surprised if in a forensic accounting investigation something is uncovered that is not caught in an audit. That doesn't in any way necessarily mean that the audit was done inappropriately. Now, with that said, if in performing a forensic accounting investigation, it was determined that something was missed in the audit that should have been found, then that is something that would need to be addressed. Would it be a conflict of interest? Well, when I think of conflicts of interest, I think of whether or not I'm allowed to provide expert testimony related to a client, and that client is also a client that we do other services for. So that's in that sort of situation, they're asking my independent expert opinion, and that's an opinion. And so therefore that would directly be a conflict. If we found something that in a forensic accounting investigation that an audit should have uncovered, we would certainly address that with the audit department and with our risk group and with your advisory team. It's not something that I expect, but it certainly could happen. I would just say that if in the unlikely event that that occurred, that we would certainly make sure that everything was brought to light and corrected if anything had occurred. But again, it's not something you can expect that in a forensic investigation, we may well find things, and the chances that we would find something that that were contractually an auditor was obligated to find, I think is relatively small, but not impossible, and that's a good question.
Any further questions before Mr. Reddick makes his statement? Okay, Mr. Reddick.
Was it? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you raise your hand.
So I guess it's two separate things. So is it uncommon to have a organization with 2,300 employees and it's 72 P cards that's given out? That's the first one. And the second one, if it's voted on that we do this audit and nothing is founded based on what they want you to find, would you come back here? What happens at that point? Would you come and say, we didn't find anything? You give us a report? How would that look?
Well, I'll give you my 2 cents, and then we'll let Ken and Brandy chime in. Normally, in the scope, the way it's addressed is we're going to do for the forensic accounting piece, because you've got an internal control piece as well. For the forensic accounting piece, the deliverable would be discussed in the scope. More often than not, it's a written report, and that written report would describe the things that we did and what our findings were. And if we did not find anything, it would say that we did not find anything. It would also have disclaimers that this is what the scope was, this is what we were asked to do, this is what we did, and this is what we found. This is what we recommended be done, but was not done, or we would lay everything out so that the reader would know what we were asked to do, what we did, and what we found, and what we maybe could have done, but it was decided not to do, that sort of thing. So normally that's in a written report, but we can also do that in form of a presentation to an audit committee, those sorts of things. We can have findings done orally as well. And then as far as the internal control review and things like that, I will leave that to Ken and Brandy.
Yeah, I would say that the question on the number of P cards would vary depending on the org structure, right? And the number of individuals that should have purchasing authority. So it's tough to say if that's a normal amount or not at this stage. So we would have to benchmark that against comparable organizations and look at it from that angle, and we look at people's roles and responsibilities. On the other question that John addressed, if we find nothing, it's the equivalent of going to the doctor and getting a clean bill of health, right? Sometimes the doctor finds something and sometimes they don't. Either way, they write up your visit and document it in a report.
Thank you. And I guess you use the doctor as the analogy, going into the preliminary work, if you find that it's not even enough information to do anything, then you would just let us know that as well.
Yeah. Yes. If we think it's trivial, we would be upfront with you guys. We're not here to waste anybody's time or resources.
Agreed.
Any further questions? Board Member Slingloff.
I'm sorry. Just real quickly, if have you ever had anybody do one of these audits and not find anything and then say, boy, that was a waste of money? I mean, I'm assuming that looking at the expenditures and looking at the purchases and so forth, is there some other benefit that can be gleaned from this? Can we, as a board, gain information from this that would help us to look at how we're spending our money to find if there's ways that we can be more fruitful to find more money for our children through this process in some way? Is there any other benefit?
I've always found that so there have been multiple times that we have done forensic accounting investigations because someone within the organization maybe with responsibility financially, maybe did something outside of the organization that the organization caught wind of it, said, well, because this person did this outside of the organization, we are concerned that they may have done something internally. Please come and take a look. We've done that, had that look in a Fortune 100 company, did a thorough investigation, and we did not find where that individual had done anything. We did find some other areas where there was leakage of monies that was not to a level of materiality that caused that anybody was charged, but where things were certainly cleaned up. But most critically is that there was process improvements the whole time that we're going through it. From a forensic accounting perspective, we're looking to see, okay, how are these people getting when a payment leaves the door, how is that process from start to finish initiated? Are people sending in information over emails in order to request payments? How are those emails vetted? How are people independently verifying changes to ACH bank requests? How are people confirming that the goods that they ordered are actually the goods they're receiving versus a substitution of goods? Going through the process of seeing whether anything is wrong, anything has happened, also allows for you to document and provide recommendations for how to improve things, to tighten things up. And that's really an area that I think forensic accounting is on the back end, but that Ken and Brandy's team, they start that process on the front end. So it really kind of belts and suspenders what they do. Ken, you want to add a little bit to that?
Yeah, I would say the ROI and the exercise, to John's point, is in the process improvement, right? You may, through an exercise like this, find that you're paying 4 different vendors to do the same thing. And as a recommendation, we may say, hey, you want to align yourself with one vendor because that increases your purchasing power with that vendor, right? Gets you better rates. That's just one example of a quick common theme that we see when we do these types of studies.
Thank you all.
Great. Thank you, Ken and John, as well. The one thing I would add is that, as we've talked about, there is a lot of value to be gained in just automating or streamlining or understanding and like evaluating internal controls and processes, not only from saving money in the future, but less employee turnover, more cross-training and understanding of these processes, some, standardizing and documenting processes and automating some parts of those and kind of modernizing some of the processes, as well as just increasing public trust that you're being a good steward of, tax dollars.
Thank you all so much for all of this information, for taking your time with us. I'm going to allow Mr. Riddick to make his statement, and then we will conclude this portion of our work session and move on to the next report. Mr. Riddick.
Thank you. I'm going to try my best to keep this under 3 minutes. Listening to the presentation from Cherry Bekaert and hearing the citizens come forward before the board, I'm kind of concerned here that it's a witch hunt. because when I came to the board, there were some people who gave me information that said the same individual that people are coming up now having something to say did something wrong. That information was provided to the auditors who did the audit at that time, and nothing was found. Now we have some of those same people coming back again. This is harassing to that particular employee. I could see if the actual desire was for us to really be fruitful with the resources we have at hand, but that's not what ones want to have done. This Monday, we participated in a training that I was very optimistic when I left the training, saying that we're going to actually move towards one another. And that means moving towards what's in the best interest of the institution, Suffolk Public Schools, while moving towards what's in the best interest to support our superintendent to achieve the mission that we all have said we want to achieve. I don't see how we're doing that at this point. This is a lot of money. We was just at our last meeting talking about how we were going to come up with $1.5 million to buy new furniture. And now we are exploring this here that is going to require you to dig back a little bit deeper when our solution is in the room already. We already talked about it at the meeting, at the training on Monday. I don't know what changed between Monday and today. Maybe it's because it's on the agenda, and this is why I kind of really didn't like the way things fell with that. My concern is we're moving away from the main thing. I feel that if we focus on putting in controls and making sure that everything is in the best opportunity going forward, and then we come back later on and do an audit from this point going forward, that will be fruitful. But to participate in our version of the Salem witch trial is something that I will not support. I think it's a waste of taxpayers' resources. For what I have understood and have saw, only at most 25 people of 100,000 citizens say they want it. That's not even 1%. We have a lot that we have to do to educate our students, and to spend this type of money to satisfy the wishes of 25 people, including the board members who want it in that 25, is a gross misuse of public dollars when we have AYP that we have to improve and make sure that we are retaining our staff and that we're pushing every student, because every child in SPS is a star. And if we're going to do it, I would ask that we adhere to what we all participated in on Monday, what we were all optimistic about when we left based off of you all's feedback, and let's just begin from this point moving forward. Because going back, what do you really hope to achieve? If it's trust, you're insulting indirectly a whole group of people. And whether you meant to do it or not, that's what's happening. I participated in one of these audits, and I've seen what goes into detail. And as the chair of the Finance Committee, enough is enough at this moment. You know, we got great feedback on Monday. Everybody was happy about it. Let's just move. Let's move our students forward.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and give those folks from Cherry Bekaert the opportunity to bow out. We can discuss through email if you want to call a Finance Committee meeting. You know, we have several options here to figure out what the next step is. But at this time, thank you all so much for attending, and we are going to move on to our next report on our work session schedule.
Madam Chair, real fast, may I have an opportunity to speak in regards to what Mr. Riddick just said?
Do they need to be present?
They do not. They can leave.
Okay.
Thank you
Thanks,
very
y'all.
much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Take care.
Sure.
Thanks, Madam Chair. What I want to say is I fully support saving this division in taxpayer money. We just heard from the experts that going through an internal control process could save lots of money to give back to our children. There might be fraud, waste, and abuse of tax dollars. So I will support this going forward. This is not something we should let go. We did have a great retreat, and what I gather from the retreat, it's about focusing on our children. So we do have concerns in the community. Again, I ran on this. I knocked hundreds of doors in the Whaleville borough. Heard from hundreds of citizens that supported this. So what concerns me is I've never seen so much pushback from an organization for opening up the books if there's nothing there. It concerns me. Why are we scared to allow an audit to take place? What are we hiding? What's the fear? If nothing's wrong, why are we scared? Thank you.
Mr. Riddick?
Yes, I'll be glad to answer those questions. No one is scared to open up nothing. Let's be clear. No one has said we don't want to open the books. What I am addressing is, can we afford to spend the money on a wish list of 25 people, including us on this dais, that have come to this board with their concerns? Anyone who knows me, my feet are always in the community. My ears are always in the places that I need to hear. And I have not heard many with this concern other than a small pocket that is not even equivalent to 1% of our city's population. And I'm not dismissing their claims, but we have to be good stewards of the resources we have. We were just griping at our last meeting about money to replace sinkholes, money to do additions. Okay, we haven't pulled up to the school and no lights were on, or turned the water and the faucets didn't put out water, or a teacher's check bounced. So that means the money is being moved, in my eyesight, where it's handling what needs to be handled. At our retreat on Monday, we all stated, and this is my recollection, and I do have I believe there is recordings or whatever of this, because I remember they was recording that. But if you want to, you can listen to it where, it was very clear. We move forward from this point. And there was a consensus in the room. There was no one in opposition. There was no one in opposition. There was a consensus that let's move forward, let's move towards for what's in the best interest of our children. And what's in the best interest of our children, that we put the dollars on them. Now, what I would recommend, and I do recall where you stated you would give your salary towards it, any other board member who share that sentiment of putting forth with an audit, you can give your salary towards it as well if that's permitted, because then that way we're chipping somewhere. But to take away from student achievement, wraparound services to help learning loss, covering teachers, bus drivers, aides, and you name it, other programmatic aspects to satisfy a wish list of 25 people is a misuse of our financial capital. And I will not support that. And if anyone has any questions who are a citizen in our community that would like to discuss this matter, you're more than welcome to email me directly your concerns. I would love to hear from you, because to date, I have not received emails from no more than 10 people. And that's still synonymous to those people who come up to the podium and speak. I'm not after throwing good money to satisfy a witch hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to allow Board Member Singleff and Board Member Brittingham, and if anyone over here, I'm going to give you 2 minutes each, and then we really need to respect our staff who have reports to give us and business to be conducted and move forward. Board Member Singleff.
Madam Chair, I would just like to say I think we're jumping the gun a little bit. I appreciate everything that's been said here. But my question is, I don't even know. We haven't even gotten to the point to do our due diligence. Knowledge is power. We haven't gotten to the point to even know what we're looking at and how much it would cost. So I feel like it would be a disservice to say that it's something we can't afford or would not be a use of our time or money if we haven't even gotten to that point to figure out what that actually would be. Because I don't know if Mr. Riddick has an idea. They didn't give us any idea how much it would cost for an audit. I have no idea what that would be. We haven't explored whether the city would want to go in on doing an audit of the finances, since that relationship is also so tied in. So I just would like to say I think that we need at least due diligence. They even said that they would, walk us through this process to get us to that point at no cost. So I don't see what we would lose by getting to that point to get a cost estimate. That's my point. Thank you.
Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both what Vice Chair McGee have said and the comments that Board Member Slingloff just brought forth. I too, like Vice Chair McGee, have many people in my community that when I campaigned asked for this level of accountability and have continued to since I've been on the board, asking questions on a forensic audit, not just on a current topic, but on multiple different areas that have to do with our budget. And so at this point, I would like to see us move forward and do this forensic audit, because at the end of the day, the data that will come from that is only going to make us stronger. It's only going to help us be a better organization. And our top priority is the kids. If we can't say conclusively that every penny spent is in the best interest of our students, one, I want to know that, and two, I want to be able to figure out how to reallocate it so that we can benefit the students to the best of our ability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem.
Madam
Ladies,
Chair,
Ms. Fields.
I'd like to say that if we're looking at the best interests of the children, then we would try to come up with a more cost-effective solution to the whole matter. In order to get us that, because this whole issue of forensic audit has, what I learned on Monday in our retreat, is an issue that has put us in the weeds. We're way off base as far as student achievement is concerned. This has nothing to do with it. So in order to get us out of the weeds, I would say use funding to move forward from here, from this point on. Instead of going backwards, let's move forward. Use the funding, any funding that we can come up with, to come up with innovative ways to better track to everybody's satisfaction. Instead of listening to our constituents who are feeding us this information, ask the tough why questions. Question them to see why it is that that they're asking what their concerns are. What are their concerns, their true concerns? I think that we are really just spinning our wheels here. We're way off base as far as student achievement is concerned, and spending money, spending funds for an audit that would cost no telling how much would be a gross misrepresentation or misuse of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. I would just say this in conclusion. We have options here to continue this discussion. It can be another work session at the first July meeting. The Finance Committee Chair can choose to call a Finance Committee meeting. At this time, I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Gordon for us to move on to his staff report, the climate survey.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm going to be assisted by Mr. Sean Dickerson, our coordinator of data and research. He's going to basically be able to start by providing you, make sure it's right, yep. The overall SPS climate survey construction really isn't a lot of difference in that than what we've done during the entire time of my tenure. Then I will go into specific highlights of division employee perceptions, instructional staff perceptions, parent, student perceptions, as well as what I've done in the past is providing feedback and growth to the school system, the board, and the school community. I've also did some summary slides. It's a little different just to make sure that you all can actually break down the 3-year parent, student, and staff climate survey results that Mr. Dickerson has put forward. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Dickerson.
All right. Good evening, board chair, vice chair, and board members. So tonight we're going to talk about the annual climate and culture survey. So the purpose of this annual survey is to allow division stakeholders with an opportunity to express their opinions about the school division and provide feedback related to the learning environment within each school. The surveys have traditionally been administered during the month of March to all SPS staff members, parents, and students in grades 5, 6, 8, 9, and 12. They are primarily administered as an online survey. However, parents are provided the option of a paper pencil version upon request. For the staff survey, there's 43 questions, which include 24 related to the learning environment, along with 19 items related to the division overall. The total number of questions is dependent on the staff member's job role, with some questions not being presented to staff who may not be able to accurately respond to the question. The parent survey contains 41 items, which include 31 climate-related items, along with the federally required Title I questions that are part of the annual grant audit. There is also an open-ended comment option for both parents and staff. And finally, the student survey contains 44 items. During the administration window, numerous reminders and participation updates are sent in order to encourage participation. However, it's completely voluntary and not a requirement for any stakeholder. This slide displays the number of survey responses for each stakeholder group over the past 3 years. As can be seen, the 2025 results that will be presented tonight are representative of roughly 1,500 staff members, 3,500 students, and 2,300 parents. And with that said, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Gordon.
Yes, all good. All right, thank you, Mr. Dickerson. So one of the things that I usually get excited about is what I'll do next month with you all is when I provide you all the vision that we have as a staff for the school division for the following year. And when you take a look at the vision presentation that we did in July 2024, we specifically discussed areas of the climate survey that we wanted to improve. We also specifically discussed where that feedback was going to come from, as in yesterday we actually provided the same information and data, even though our principals have had it for a little while, in order to make sure that they were aware of some of the tips that we were going to provide, as well as getting some discussions that were going to take place in our elementary and secondary leadership meetings, as well as in our departmental meetings with central office staff. So I always try to start with the big picture first, which is the reason why we're doing the division-wide employee perceptions. I'm always happy to show that 100% of our departmental administrators are proud to work in the division and that they are held accountable for their actions. That's two parts. They're happy to be here, but they also know that evaluations will take place. They also know that accountability is at the forefront of everything that we do. When it comes to some of our other groups, clerical, custodial, cafeteria, nursing staff, many of our support staff folks here, 97% of them said that they have the quality resource needed to do their job well. That is the return on investment that we have been speaking about for years when it comes to our budget presentations. This shows that we are putting our money in the areas that our staff and our school community has made it very clear that they need in order to be successful. 93% of school-based instructional staff members express high agreement that individual differences are respected and they are encouraged to work as a team. That's the cultural competency that we talked about. We have people from all walks of life that speak so many different languages, different socioeconomic backgrounds, and many of our staff are also native Suffolkians. They understand that not only are there ideas of respect and they have a voice at the table, but it also shows you the strength of our collaboration. 87% of our transportation staff members agree that they are encouraged to work as a team. We know that transportation has been the focus of our school division, specifically when it comes to overall transportation attendance. But that's also part of the reason why we have so many of our drivers, when we do have these vacancies, are taking the time to do double and triple runs because they want to be able to work as a team. And during that pre-service week when our drivers are working, it's the feedback that we give to them that also allows us to be able to see if our routes are the most efficient. Now, 85% is usually my threshold when I look at the things that potentially may need to improve. You know, I know that some other school divisions may have a lower threshold of 3 out of 4 or things of that nature, but I think 85% is a good threshold point. Professional development is something that we're going to tweak a little bit. As you can see here, even though our numbers are high, division administrators are 86%. A lot of that's because there's great work that is actually coming from Dr. Branch and Dr. Bird with Lead SBS. 85% of our overall administrators. One of the things I've asked Dr. Bird to do is to be able to provide professional learning that's going to probably be a little bit more customized, not only to the level that you're currently working at, but also to any aspirations that you have for future jobs, as well as 81% for our support staff. This is where Dr. Brand and Ms. Forsman have done a great job. This is one of the areas that has actually improved over the years because we've had these conversations of specifically asking people what they want. This is part of the reason why you've seen increases in the budget book when it comes under materials and supplies, because that comes back to professional learning. For our instructional staff, I'm going to break these things down by level because I always try to provide examples of each of our 3 levels when it comes to our schools. 98% of elementary staff agree that parents are encouraged to participate in family events. That's good. This means that parents have knowledge of what's going on, but also they're encouraged to be there. This is one of the focuses that we've had as a board, as well as an organization, about our volunteers, about overall participation in the school day, the extracurriculars that go on after school, and making sure that we have proper chaperones for field trips and other events. 94% of instructional staff agree that teachers communicate with parents about student progress. The teachers are on it. At the elementary level, if it's class dojo, if it's a simple email, the follow-up and follow-through is happening from the instructional staff side. It's more than just communicating and contacting folks when something's going on. This is part of our positive behavior intervention supports, our ability to make sure that we're giving positive reinforcement to kids, because a lot of times our staff is calling and say, hey, John Gordon had a great day at school today. They have done so much better on this assessment than they did previously. At the high school level, 91% agree that they are empowered to impact student achievement. This is our last stage of school here. If they're impacting student achievement, this means they're preparing our kids to go off and be successful in the 21st century. At the middle school level, because we're transitioning to them becoming responsible adults, that actually starts in middle school, it doesn't start in high school. 90% middle school staff agree that they are held accountable for student learning. We know this because we actually have more high school classes that are being offered in the middle school level than ever before. And that's going to continue because this shows that we are increasing the rigor for all of our kids. Once again, areas of growth, protecting instructional time. You see that number is 77%. This was part of the reason why we actually created S3s, because we wanted to find ways to protect the instructional time. We're almost there. We're getting there, because you can see in green, that's a 7% increase from last year. 7% increase because that was one of our focus areas. Morale, 60%. We still got work to do. That's only 3 out of 5. We still have work to do, but that's the largest gain that we actually have in the entire survey. If we had instructional growth at 12% in 1 year, all of us would be jumping for joy. This means that some of the things that we put in place when it came to celebrating staff, this means that some of the things that we put in place to make sure that folks had a lot more voice at the table and that the follow-through was actually occurring, did occur. A 12% increase in morale, but we still have work to do. It's the same thing when it comes to discipline at 58%. A lot of work to do there. A lot of work to do there. But it is an 8% increase. One of the things that I shared with Chair Howell and Vice Chair McGee is a simple thing of us making sure that we are following up with the referrals to make sure that people can actually see what is happening. But at the same time, we have asked our administrators to make sure that they follow up and let them know the intermediary steps when it comes to the communication. And making sure that people know that there is a such thing as a discipline matrix. It's not our goal to put our kids out of school. It's our goal to be able to redirect their behavior so that we can keep them in the classroom. On the parent side, 96% of elementary school parents agree that students are expected to work hard. They know it. And just as you all have heard me say this before, school is harder than what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and definitely when all of us were in school. Our parents also agree that schools utilize technology for learning. 92% of parents agree that procedures and protocols have been implemented to ensure student safety. We all know keeping our kids and staff and any visitors to our building safe is our top priority. Instructing them is number 2. When we have 92% of people knowing the work that Dr. Brown's team has done, the work that Jared Wilson has done, the safety audits that we have occurred, the random audits on cameras, the reports that are happening, the testing of doors, I can go on to make sure that we have safe schools each and every day. 90% of our parents agree that facilities support learning. This is our capital improvement plan. This is the great innovation and work that John Littlefield has done. That's why Dr. Bird's team is called School Leadership and Innovation, because we are cutting edge in many of the things that we do. If it came from the first in the kind Center for Performing Production Arts, to us having all of the whiteboards and different things going on in the classroom, to us being one of the first people that's going to develop the first K through 12 sustainable STEM model. This shows that our facilities are there to support learning. Now, one of the things I still want to work on is all of our students feeling safe at school. 85%, right there at the threshold. 2% gain from last year. So that was something that we focused on. At the high school, a little bit less, 81%, because you guys know how it is. When our kids get older, sometimes they think that the rules don't apply to them. But that also was a 5% increase from last year. That's the testament of the administration and the teachers and staff at Lakeland, Kings Fork, and Nansemond River. We made that a priority this year. Now, if I conducted areas of focus and growth, this is something that you all have heard me talk about before. Our transportation climate percentages are still flat at 66%. 2 out of 3. It's not good enough. So one of the things that we're trying to look at is making sure that we are more vocal when it comes to what the expectations are, but also making sure that people can see the action at work. I'm going to tell you, the main challenge that we have when it comes to this from parent perceptions is buses being late. Reason buses are late? Because drivers aren't coming to work. There's just no other way to put it. So we're trying to find some additional ways to incentivize some folks to get them here. This is why we have some recruitment bonuses. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we don't burn out the people that are coming to work every day and doing the multiple runs. Cafeterias at 71%, 2% decrease from last year. This is some of the reasons why you all have seen some change in food nutritional services organizational structure. This is the reason why I talked to you all previously about us finding ways to change our packaging, because that's the perception. It's not about how the food tastes, it's how the food looks. So we're putting some different things in place with the work that Dr. Whiting has. That's the reason why we have these food festivals. Now we're just trying to find ways to make sure that some of the more popular items that came back from those food festival surveys that we can actually afford to purchase. Elementary support and students making aggregate progress. Not bad at 85%, but it's down 5%. And one of the parents that I talked to when I asked this question about it, who's actually a staff member, said it's about the kids that are struggling. We have great options when it comes to before and after school tutoring. Great options. Elementary kills it when it comes to Saturday Academy. But what about the daily supports that are happening in the classroom? Those are some of the things, this is part of the reason why that small group instruction is so important. And it's our job, I can tell you, one of the things that Dr. Branch and Dr. Lightner's team does is they send home resources to reinforce the instructional planning that's happening during the school day. What we're going to do is try to do a better job of teaching our parents how to use it. On the student side, our kids have grown tremendously when it comes to this climate survey. They've grown tremendously. 94% of our students know what behavior is expected. That's all we do the first week of school. We're getting you into those routines, making sure that you understand. When we're asking our parents, sign that code of conduct book, a lot of teachers give points back for that, right? It has to be a level of awareness. We also have been very proactive. We've been doing this probably before I got here, but I can definitely say over the last 6 years. Multiple assessments to check understanding. Not all of our kids do well on short answer. Not all of our kids do well on essays. Some of them may do better with project. That's why project-based learning is so important. 90% of students agree that they are provided the things needed to learn. That is where we can prove that the money is going where it's supposed to go, because our kids have what they need to learn. When we start our budget process the first week in September, our teachers will tell you they are given what they need to be successful. The principals have to filter through some things. Like you heard the auditor say, we can't buy every product that does the same thing. So sometimes there's some, sad people because of that, because they may like the way it looks. But at the same time, we have to make sure that it's actually giving us the results that we like. So, highlighted areas that improve. This is from our kids. This is what I talked to you all about in July. This is what I talked to you all about when I did this climate presentation last year. Teachers and students caring about each other. 2 out of 3. Still up 5% though, because that was part of the focus. We're really trying to make sure that we're reinforcing this culture of love here in Suffolk Public Schools. Students treating teachers with respect. This is a pet peeve of Heather Howe, because she has said time and time again that it's not just what SPS needs to do. You need a lot more support from home. Teaching and training and working and learning how to work with students and having students respect the teacher and respect adults, something that we're going to talk about. You're going to probably see some campaigns that we're going to work on when it comes to that. But it did come up 5%. That is tremendous growth. Students treating each other with respect, 4 out of 10, 42%, not good enough. That was the focus, 37% from last year, 5% growth. What we're trying to get our kids to understand is to develop empathy at a much earlier age. That has to be a focus in some of the things that we just maybe start training our kids on. Now, middle school, huge focus for us because we've had conversations about different extracurricular activities, different things that we want to do. My student advisory council kids talk about this all the time. They are thrilled at the offerings that we have when it comes to clubs and activities in SPS. They are providing input about school-related activities. Primarily, our middle school kids are happy that they can start more clubs because now we have more staff that is willing to charter or be a sponsor of those clubs. That's a 10% increase from last year. We're not where we want to be, but that's still great growth from last year. So, to look at the executive summary, for all staff climate survey results, I am really excited and proud to say that the division increased prior percentages of agreement in 18 out of 19 areas. That is outstanding. 18 out of 19 areas. This is what we talk about when it comes to us doing things with fidelity. The largest increase is my school work site helps new hires learn their jobs. That's the great work of our human resources department, our coaches, our mentors that we have. That shows the great work. That's the reason why our retention rates are so high. They're up. Because of the way we set up our contracts, because of the retention bonuses that we had less than 50 people that were eligible to not sign their contracts out of over 2,000. It's outstanding. Our staff is also happy that they're involved in making decisions that impact their work. That kind of goes back again to what I was talking about with the voice at the table. It's not where we want it yet. It's at 77%, but we did increase by 5. I'm going to take that 5% increase every year. I'm going to take that 5% increase every year. For our instructional staff, hey, these are the people that are in the classrooms, right? We increased prior percentages of agreement in 23 out of 24 areas. 23 out of 24. Sean, we might have to do a recount for that one that didn't increase. Because I need to understand what we did that made them feel that way. We put more things in place, but when you see numbers like that, that means you definitely hit on all cylinders there. I've already talked about the morale increasing, how we still need to have more work there. But this is what I love. School spirit and pride are promoted at my school. If you all haven't checked our social media out and our website out, when we have our spirit days, it is something to see. And you can feel the energy and the buzz, not only in the school, but in the community, because we got parents taking pictures with their kids at the bus stops. And I'm not just talking about the high schools during homecoming weeks. I'm talking about our career days at the elementary level. I'm talking about the days when the kids take over and they are principal for a day. The kids at the middle school love that. 84%, that's an 8% increase on last year. This fourth bullet is the one I'm probably the most proud of, because I think it eliminates some of the negative perceptions that we talked about, right? The administration holds themselves accountable for learning, 8 out of 10, 7% increase. See, when I give you all my evaluation every year, I always give you all the sample of the goal-setting form, the mid-year, and the year-end summatives. Exact same forms that teachers have, except the scale down is different based on your level. Teacher form's a little different than the administrative form. Mine is different because I have all the categories. That's a 7% increase. And think about this. Our administrators know about the overall accountability piece because of the same overview that Dr. Berg gave you for our new accreditation accountability system, and now they understand it. They understand the steps it's going to take to not only get to 80, because as you all know, it's more than SOL testing now. A lot more categories. For parents, this is an area that we're flat. I wish we had the exact same growth with our parents that we have for our students and staff. So I know we got a little bit of work to do there because that's third party, right? That's a perception sometimes from maybe what is said, maybe what the kid may came home and say, what they read, what happens at meetings, whatever. So the division only increased prior percentages of agreement there on 6 out of 31. We're going to work on that parent piece this year. You're going to hear more about that next month. But the decreases were actually relatively flat, 25 out of 31. And I'm talking about 1.75%. But I look at that as something that we need to do better on because it's not like the other two. It's not like the other two. The largest decrease, school shares information about school improvement initiatives. That is what Antoinette Dickens has been talking to our webmasters about. That has been like her focus. I mean, if you all just knew how dedicated and structured that she's put some things in place to make sure that occurs. You're going to see a change in that, especially as our new website gets underway, because that was a 5% decrease. And the school provides extra academic help, 81%. It's not bad, but it's a 3% decrease. And I want you all to understand that extra academic help is not Saturday Academy. It's not tutoring. Sometimes it's being able to provide something that's a little different for the kids' curiosity. Sometimes it's taking a little bit longer for our kids to be able to understand some things and supports. So we have to do a better job explaining to the parents the process. It's not, and I know we live in an information age and we want things to happen immediately, but it's really about the process. That's an area that we're going to focus on for 25-26. For our students, really happy. The division percentages increased on 32 out of 44. And y'all know some of our kids are fickle, but at the same time, they're seeing the effort being put in. I already talked about the teachers and students caring about each other at 5%. I love that second bullet. Adults know me well and show interest in my education, 84%. That is good. 3% interest. Because if if a teacher or a staff member has interest in the kids' education, then they're going to give them additional resources. They're going to give them things, camps they can go to, other things they may want to check out. That's what our kids are telling us. For our kids, only 2 out of 44 went down. Teachers expect all students to work hard and do their best. Hey, y'all, I mean, that's still good. I'm not going to beat it in the head because it's still at 88%. But it was a 1% decrease, so I want to be honest about it. At this school, I know what behavior is expected of me. Hey, still good, but it went down. So what happened to make that 1% of students not think that the behavior is expected? They were flat on the other 10. So those are some areas that we're going to try to work on. So this is something new that I want to do this year so that you all have greater insight into what the staff is already working on. These 10 tips are the same 10 tips that we gave to every one of our principals and department leads yesterday. So that everybody's going to understand what the expectation is for 25-26. I've talked about the professional learning to include employee group feedback, a little bit more of that, because we have staff that wants to grow in their jobs. And that's not just staff that want to be administrators, that's everybody. Emphasis on concerns being resolved in a timely manner. One of the things I talked about is the middle email, the middle phone call. Hey, just want to let you know that we're still working on this. It's taking a little bit longer than we expected. You're going to see more of that happening. Because, again, because we live in an information age, I'm not 100% sure if our school community understands or knows how long an investigation takes. So we're going to have some intermediary communication there to kind of help put people's minds at ease. Emphasis on transportation staff collaborating to determine different approaches on resolving issues. You've kind of heard Dr. Brown already talk about that. One of the things that we are researching is the use of AI for route collection, for route design. So it's going to be 3 parts. We already have our GPS system that puts the first routes together. The second layer is always going to be bus driver feedback when they're going to do the test runs. But then we're going to also compare that to what the AI is saying. Dr. Brown has already been in contact with a couple of school divisions that are already doing this. And this won't make some people happy, but there's going to be some fidelity on this. Because if I have one driver that drives one extra block 4 times because they want to put Sean McGee off at a closer stop, that's 2 minutes added to the route. We got to make sure that we're following that. Have to make sure we're following that. We're going to continue to revisit cafeteria menu options, packaging, and food presentation. We have this information coming out, ladies and gentlemen, where Dr. Whiting's team, we're going to be able to feed our kids this summer, even if you're not in summer school. I mean, that's outstanding. We're going to have these meal packets and things, you know, it's going to be Lunchables, some other stuff. Y'all have heard me say time and time again, with us being able to provide free breakfast and lunch to all of our students, my concern has always been when kids aren't in school. We're going to do that this summer for the summer school kids and for our kids that aren't in school. Emphasis on communication of discipline processes and confidentiality. The confidentiality, people got to stop talking because they're spreading too much misinformation about students. It's really bothering me. Review of staff celebration and activities to increase morale. That's the questions that Dr. Lee, Dr. Pichon, and Dr. Bird are having. Your climate survey data went up so much because you did this, this, and this. Can we imitate that or mimic or duplicate that in our other schools too? Continue review of the uses of staff to protect instructional time. Always going to be a focus. Always going to be a focus. I want to have less staff on duty. We need to have all of our S3s fully staffed so that they can give the teachers back the time at the elementary level at recess, right? Things that we have to do. Strategic use of instructional supports for assisting students in making academic progress. Dr. Branch's team is already on that. See, even though this one is up there, this was the stuff that we adjusted based on first 9 weeks of mid-semester data. We were already doing that this year. And this one, when these SOL results finally, become final, and I share it with you all, you're going to see some of the gains because of some of these mid-year adjustments. And continue to audit the division-wide safety protocols and procedures for fidelity. Dr. Brown hiring Jared Wilson was one of the best things that we ever did because we have an outside viewpoint from law enforcement. We've created this partnership and this training process that our administrators and all of our security staff go through that now other school divisions want to come see. We get calls every week. Tell me again, what is an S3? Every week. As we continue to try to find ways to make sure that the fidelity is occurring. Our concern is not the fidelity with the students. I'm going to be honest. Our concern is about the fidelity when staff is entering the building. Because we got to assume, we got to make sure that we're doing it right regardless if John Gordon's walking through the door or Tyron Riddick's walking through the door or anyone. Just because you know the person, everybody comes to that metal detector. Those are some of the things that we're looking at. So that's our kind of quick executive summary and overview. At this time, I'll open up to questions, Madam Chair, for either myself or Mr. Dickerson.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for that presentation. And since you stole my primary comment, I'm just going to reiterate it. I'm speaking to the parents here. When we see low numbers regarding how children respect each other and their teachers, we are desperate for your partnership with that. My parents taught me how to treat other people. I didn't learn that starting in kindergarten. My parents taught that to me. And so we need you to partner with us because that's really, I'm just going to be frank, that's an at-home beginning issue. Now, kids model the behavior they see at school, especially in middle school and adolescence. But if they're struggling to be respectful, keep their hands to themselves, the way they speak to our teachers at an elementary level, I'm asking you to help with that. I'm asking you to fill in holes in our volunteer schedule, and I'm asking you to fill in holes on our PTA, our citizen advisory committees. If the greatest growth in our climate survey needs to occur on the parent survey, I welcome that feedback, and I can offer you some suggestions on where to begin to help us. Thank you for the plan of action, the 10 tips for next school year. I hope that we see more green again next year, this time next year. Colleagues, anybody have any questions or comments briefly?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Riddick?
Dr. Gordon, what could we as a board do to help your day-to-day move forward in improving our climate survey? What could we do to assist?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question, Mr. Riddick. So I believe it's going to really be about the strategy and alignment between what the board is requesting and how the staff is going to operate it to make sure that we are on the same page when it comes to communicating out in the community. And this way, I think it will help us to stay on the same page, but we'll have a consistent message. You all being able to refer back to the data, because the data is always going to provide the evidence that you can point to. So I think resharing this information from this presentation on you guys' social media, or, you know, you do a lot of Facebook Lives and stuff like that, the more people to see it, I think can really reinforce what the plan of action is going to be. Because when I shared this with the principals, I said, you got 2 months now. You got 2 months now to finalize all your plans when our new teachers come back on August 11th. So you all helping us reinforce that information, I think, will be key.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have a couple of questions in trying to marry up the results document that you provided us along with the presentation. One of the first things I wanted to ask you is, we surveyed students in grades 5, 6, 8, 9, and 12. Why didn't we survey 7, 10, and 11? Why were they excluded from the survey data?
So, so we've done the survey. I got here 10 years ago and I started it. At the time, the superintendent's cabinet wanted to be able to potentially look at a pre and post if their perceptions change from the beginning of their middle school time to the end. So that's why we chose those students. And we also didn't want to overwhelm every student having to take a survey. So that was the reason behind those grade selections.
Okay. All right. And then one of the other questions that I wanted to ask, it was on the slide that had to do with the division-wide instructional staff perceptions. Why did we only survey elementary school there? The 98% of elementary school staff agree that parents are encouraged to participate in family events. Why was it only elementary? Were we not looking at middle and high school? I know that's a lower percentage. I understand that. You're going to see more parent engagement in the elementary parents, but why didn't we provide information about middle and high school? Just curious.
So I actually, if you take a look at this slide, Dr. Brittingham, I gave one example for each level. So there are breakdowns for each of the 3 levels, but I just chose one to make sure, as you see, I'm talking about high school being empowered to impact student achievement. The same question occurs to elementary. So we do ask that question of all levels. I just wanted to give an example for each level.
And then the last question, the difference between percentages and percentage points. And like I said, looking at the results that you gave us and trying to kind of marry those results up with what you reported here, in the green and the red, are we talking about percentages or percentage points? And if that's the case, would that data be a little bit different?
So what you see in the green and the red is what's compared to last year. That is a percentage point.
Okay.
As compared to the previous year. That kind of goes back to the things that not only did we share in the climate and culture survey presentation last year, but also in the vision presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gordon, great presentation. I want to echo Madam Chair Howell's comment on your plan of action. I really appreciate that. Anything we can do, like Board Member Riddick said, to help you execute this, please let us know. And then the only thing I might ask of you and your team is, can we look at a quarterly, maybe every 3 or 4 month update, just to see what you guys are doing with this and how these initiatives are rolling out? Or are there anything we can do to shift to help you keep that rolling forward for next year?
Yes, so thank you for that question, Mr. McGee. So the first part of your question is, I think we got to be cautious about how often we survey people.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just keeping us informed, like your plan. Are you guys still on track, or are there things that we need to shift as a board to keep you going?
Yeah, so one of the things that you'll see, because I know that you're, been here for 6 months. So in August, you're going to get an instructional overview and a discipline recap. And then in October, you'll get a revised instructional review based on what the data is saying from the state, since everything's finalized. And then we will also talk to you about some of how our new initiatives are going, mainly participation. Then one of the things that we can talk about when Dr. Branch does her calendar presentation, we'll probably talk to you all a little bit about instructional hours, so you can see the impact of us putting some of these new initiatives together. Now, the instructional data is always going to be, interesting, because even though I noticed you guys at the retreat, for example, when I was listening to it, talked about having data from the high schools at the end of the first semester. We can give you that, but that's maybe 45% of the kids. And students, for example, if they didn't pass, but they're still eligible for expedited retake, we can actually retest them again the second time. So we can kind of have some conversations about maybe some of the things that the board wants to see. I think what you'll notice from us is from August and then October and then November, December, when it comes to capital improvement, we'll give you guys some justification on how things are working. When Dr. Brown talked to you all about the discipline piece, this is the reason why we always talk about the month of March. We'll kind of have a little bit of an update there too. So we can kind of talk about, as a board, any recommendations you all have. If there's something additional you want to see, we just got to figure out when we can put it into the schedule.
Thank you, sir, but great job.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
She lit hers first, and then you can be next.
That's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great job with your presentation, Dr. Gordon, and your team who helped you put it together. It was a great breakdown, and I'm glad to see the improvements. And I'm also glad that you always put in what we need to improve on going forward. And the piece about the parents, I think across the board in all districts, there's with the parents' collaboration with the students and working in all three levels of schools. I find it's just like the kids when it's time to go up and do a problem and they don't like it or they don't know how, they act out so they don't have to do it. And we have so many parents that maybe some don't take the time to help their child, or some are just afraid because they don't know how. So we may have to come from that aspect of how can we get our parents involved, teaching them how to teach and support their child, their student. And some of them, we talked about this on Monday at the retreat, some students are not even with their parents, they're with guardians, where it be their older grandparents. So that's a barrier too. So if we can look at ways to maybe incorporate something to help our older senior citizens as well as the parents to become engaged with it. I can't tell you how to do it, but I'm willing to help figure that out. And again, with what Mr. Riddick was saying, with the support, if anything we can do to help you, that's what we're here for. That's what we should always be here for. But our presenter, she actually said that we are here to work towards a common goal and not to work against each other. And so thank you so much, and to your staff.
Thank you.
Board Member Slingloff?
Thank you. So Dr. Gordon, thank you for this presentation. And I want to say I'm very, very excited to see the improvements over last year and the percentages with what you've brought. I think that's great to see. I'm also really, really excited, and I saw this actually online, so kudos to Ms. Dickens. I did see somewhere online on one of the websites, either on the website or on the Facebook, about the meals that are being provided to the kids. I think that's fantastic because a lot of these kids don't have that guaranteed food, so I am really, really excited that we're able to do that. That's wonderful. I want to say one thing, capitalize on what has been said for the parents here in just a minute, but I did notice in some of these, some of the numbers, I did notice that you broke it down, and at first I was a little confused, but I see that you've broken it down by middle school and high school. The numbers we get are all overall together, summed together. I know it may not be possible for this year. I would love to request that we could break it down to see the results for high school versus middle school versus elementary school, and also for the subgroups with administration versus instructional staff and so forth, because I think it would give a really good perspective, a better perspective for the board to actually see the way you're able to see it, because there's a little bit of a different perspective from that. So I would love to request that we have that perhaps for next year if we can't get that data this year. I mean, I'd love to have it this year, but I understand that it may not be possible. But regarding parents, I do want to capitalize on that. And one of the things I think for parents, even just talking with your students. So make time to talk with your kids to find out how things are going in school. When I look at some of the parents' responses versus the kids' responses, and maybe this is where the breakdown is in the results of the parents, some of the responses from the parents don't collaborate with responses from the kids. So I wonder if the parents are talking to their kids to actually hear what's happening, or if they're just assuming something. So parents, if you've heard some of the things from the board, the petitions, but I want to petition you myself to say, talk with your kids, listen to your kids, find out these things. Maybe go back and ask them some of these questions that we've discussed today, because some of them, I think that their kids have different perspectives than the ones you've given. So, and that might adjust our parental results for next year. So thank you again for all that you put in for this and for making this presentation tonight. I am grateful.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I want to bring to your attention, colleagues, we are about to go into closed session. I want to let you know that we are also simultaneously going to take our dinner break, so we can try to keep pace as much as possible with the business part of the meeting. So after the motion is made and approved to go into closed session, grab your dinner first and then head to the conference room. Don't forget, you're only taking your school-issued device with you.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act found at Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711. Number one, the discussion and/or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, where the discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and more specifically, the acquisition of property that adjoins John F. Kennedy Middle School, which is subject to auction by the City of Suffolk for payment of delinquent real estate taxes. And number two, to discuss the performance of an appointee of the school board, and more specifically as relates to a series of communications between the school board appointee and a member of the school board, which is authorized by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found at Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, A1 and A3.
Is there a motion to approve going into closed session?
Madam Chair, I move to go into closed session.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion has been made by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Slingloff. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham, Dr. Brittingham? Board Member Fields?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. We've convened our closed meeting as well as our recess for dinner, so I'm calling this meeting back to order. At this time, we will need a resolution of certification of the closed meeting of June 12th, 2025.
A resolution of certification of the closed meeting of June 12, 2025, pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended, whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. And therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
The motion has been made by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. I don't believe there's a need to call the meeting to order again. Is there? Okay. So we're going to be moving forward with our business meeting, and at this time, I'm going to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chair McGee. Thank you. We will now recognize a moment of silence. Thank you. Board Member Riddick, would you mind reading the current mission of Suffolk Public Schools?
Sure. Let's go. All right, the mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
At this time, I need a motion regarding action on the closed meeting, the first topic regarding the tax auction.
I move that Suffolk Public Schools be authorized to bid on property identified on the city tax map as parcel 35, 161, consisting of 4.84 acres adjacent to John F. Kennedy Middle School that is being auctioned by the city of Suffolk for non-payment of real estate taxes.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion was made by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Fields. Is there any discussion? There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. We now are ready for approval of the agenda for the remainder of our business meeting.
I would like to have a discussion about the agenda.
Okay,
Okay. I'm still at the point where I would like to see the good news report moved to a more public-friendly position on this agenda. Right now, it's all the way at the end, almost at the end of the agenda, which means that the public would have to sit through our consent agenda, our unfinished business, our new business, before we get to the items that are relevant to them. So I would like to ask that we move that report, that good news report, to a position on the agenda directly following the approval of the agenda.
Okay, so just to clarify for Ms. Gardner's record, your motion is to move the good news report tonight to immediately following the approval of the agenda, just before public speakers on agenda topics. Is that
Yes.
correct?
And not just for tonight, but permanently move it to that position.
Okay, so just for clarification, we have 2 meetings a month typically, and the second meeting, the good news report is prioritized at the beginning of the agenda.
Right,
We
we
will not
already
have
did
a second June meeting this month due to not having any business to discuss and several members being out of town.
Right.
So that means in July, we'll go back to the practice where it's at the beginning of the agenda for the second July meeting and the
Right.
August meeting and the so forth.
Right, right. We discussed that in one of our previous meetings, that would be moved for the second meeting. But for this first meeting, I'm asking that it be moved permanently to just after the approval of the agenda.
Okay, so you're asking that not just for tonight's agenda, but permanently you want to move the good news report before public speakers?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Mr. Riddick?
I understand the need for us to celebrate, but if we're gonna move anything up, I would suggest that we move all of our speakers up. If we're talking about being respectful to person's time, then I believe we should categorize and put time constraints on certain categories of the meeting versus, because sometimes these reports go well over 20 minutes. And when you have citizens who signed up to speak for agenda topic items and those reports are lengthy, I mean, it's a catch-22. We say we're doing it for what's in the best interest of the citizens, but of which citizens? So, I mean, personally, I didn't see an issue with the way it was. The practice for this term is first month, we deal with all of our business first, and even that should still be time constraint. But the second meeting, we push it up forward because we usually try to tackle all of our major business in the beginning of the month versus, and if the overall claim is to get the good news out, let's utilize the dead time that we have while we in session, record a presentation of some sort that while people are waiting for us to come out of our closed session, they are already hearing the good news report. That's another way we can utilize time and maximize the exposure of our good news, but still allow us to be prudent and more efficient without taking care of business. That's just my take.
The current motion on the floor is to approve the agenda, moving the good news report up above public speakers tonight and moving forward. Pardon? Mr. Riddick?
Can we do that going forward with, as far as the placement? Would that require any other changes?
It would not. The board could do that by motion and vote tonight if you choose to do so.
So just to be clear, if a person votes yes, they're voting to move the good news report permanently. If they're voting no, they're either not supporting to move it permanently or just not supporting the agenda overall? Is that a good synopsis?
I think the vote will be not to move the good news report before public speakers on agenda topics. If that motion should fail, then there needs to be another motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. All right. So the motion on the floor then for.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Excuse
ma'am.
me, I'm sorry. But if we're not willing to move it before the public speakers, could we put it after the public speaker?
You have a motion on the floor. It's
Okay.
been seconded by Board Member Jenkins. There's been discussion. We have to act on that
Okay.
first. Okay, so the motion is to move the good news report before public speakers. Correct? We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, so now at this point, I need a motion of some sort to move forward with tonight's agenda.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
move that we approve the agenda as written.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, so Board Member Brittingham moved to approve the agenda as is. Board Member Riddick seconded that. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Board Member Jenkins? No. Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, ma'am. We have now reached public speakers on agenda topics, so I will yield the floor to Ms. Gardner.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the discretion of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Mr. Enoch Copeland regarding micromanagement of the school system.
Good evening. My name is Enoch C. Copeland. I reside at 6225 Leafwood Road, Suffolk, Virginia. I am a proud Suffolk graduate of National Training School, presently Southwestern High School, 1953. I come to you tonight to speak very candidly on this issue. Understanding of school board responsibility. Policy is your role, not day-to-day activities. Like a car, please stay in your lane. It appears many of our school board members wish to micromanage the school system instead of allowing the superintendent to do so. Contractual obligations are in effect. You as board sign it. I would not amend my contract in any way either. It appears that you are constantly berating our superintendent. We who are supportive of our present public school system have to stand up when we hear people say things that are not factual. Please become more positive instead of being negative. Last year, we were hearing that students couldn't read. Yet, this year, Lakeland in the Holden Lake Borough recorded scholarships, and I understand of more than $17 million out of 40 or more awarded to our students. Who cannot read with discernment? Not the students. Standardized test scores meet or exceed state standards. In closing, it is said, when you know better, you do better. But it appears several of our school board members are like little lost sheep that love being led astray. In this case, please stop straying and stay in your lane by working on policy instead of administrative duties of the superintendent and his team. Please stop the chaos and confusion. If you want to have confusion and chaos, go to Washington, not in Suffolk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Next, Ms. Gardner.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Morningstar regarding forensic audit.
Before I get started, I just want to let you know in the middle of speaking, I have two people who are going to assist me with bringing something up and holding up a poster board. I'm here in response to the article published on June 3rd, 2025, titled, Superintendent Explains Purchase Cards, Alleged Embezzlement. While transparency and communication from school leadership are appreciated, several statements made by Superintendent Dr. Gordon warrant serious scrutiny and clarification. Now let's discuss the other nuances of the story. In the June 3rd Suffolk News Herald article, the reporter stated that Gordon referenced an incident from 2016 in which then principal Douglas Wagner wrote a letter to Gregory Roundtree addressing allegations that he mishandled funds and that Gordon believes the 2016 letter is the reason people think there was recent alleged embezzlement. How is that, Dr. Gordon? The 2016 letter just surfaced from a March 26, 2025 FOIA. The article also states Gordon ensured this was the only instance of any mishandling of school funds, and that talk of alleged embezzlement picked up again last year when the superintendent used funds to help Lakeland pay for a $30,000 athletic uniform washer and dryer. The reporter wrote that Gordon added that the washer and dryer were also bought around the time Roundtree retired, which could be added to the misinformation. Additionally, a FOIA request was submitted on June 4, 2025, requesting all documents related to the alleged purchase of the athletic washer and dryer for Lakeland High School. SPS had 5 business days to provide the documents or ask for a 7-day extension. SPS failed on both. This is clearly a FOIA violation. Of course, as you're aware, Dr. Gordon, at the 9th hour today, I received a response asking for 7 additional days after being in violation of FOIA law. Why would you need 7 additional days on top of 5 to produce documents for the alleged purchase of an athletic washer and dryer? I think I might have an idea. The article claimed the district purchased $30,000 washer and dryer for Lakeland High School to address inequalities in athletic department resources. Yet, recent photographic evidence from the LHS facility shows no such equipment exists. In fact, the existing washer and dryer units are verifiably many years old, leaking, broken, and clearly not new replacements. This raises troubling questions. Where'd the $30,000 go? And why was it cited as justification in a public forum if the equipment was never delivered or installed? The public deserves clear, factual, and transparent communication from leadership, not carefully crafted narratives designed to dismiss serious concerns. As stewards of taxpayer dollars and student trust, Suffolk Public Schools must do better. Give the citizens and taxpayers the forensic audit. At this point, it seems justified. Now you know the rest of the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morningstar. Next, Ms. Gardner.
Our next speaker is Loretta Mayo regarding ordinances to be considered at Thursday's meeting. I'm sorry, our Dr. Bradley Gray is ill and she's not going to be here tonight.
Good evening, Chair Howell, Vice Chair McGee, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Gordon, and members of the Suffolk community. My name is Loretta Williams Mayo, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening regarding Ordinance 24/25-89. This ordinance addresses employee engagement in political activities during the school day. Over the past few months, I have followed the deliberations and decisions of this school board with great interest and growing concern. This proposed policy appears to stem from isolated concerns rather than widespread or recurring issues within our school division. It outlines 8 examples of prohibited political activity during work hours or while acting in an official capacity, measures that suggest a level of misconduct not supported by the day-to-day reality within Suffolk Public Schools. To my knowledge and from my experience, such political activity during school hours is not a norm within SPS. In fact, it does not reflect the professional culture that has long been cultivated by our dedicated educators and staff. It seems the motivation for this policy may have originated from concerns by a board member related to a letter sent by the superintendent to the Suffolk Public Schools community on February the 5th, 2025, addressing potential impacts of immigration and custom enforcement, ICE activity. That message, in my view, was a compassionate and necessary communication aimed at ensuring student safety, a core responsibility of our school division, not a political act. According to a June 4th article in the Suffolk News Herald, a board member noted that this policy was directed more toward the superintendent than toward systemic issues. I believe it is important to separate personal disagreement from policy development, especially when it affects the reputation of the school division and the ability of its leadership to operate effectively. Student safety is not a political matter. It is a moral and professional duty. Our children deserve to feel safe, supported, and cared for. Parents deserve to know that their children are in good hands. That trust is the foundation of public education. As a former SBS educator, school administrator, and school board member, now retired, I can confidently affirm that our school personnel, from the superintendent to administrative staff, teachers, and support teams, are deeply engaged in their daily responsibilities. The nature of the work simply does not allow time for political engagement during school hours. The language of the proposed policy is notably strong, with consequences for violations, including disciplinary actions up to suspension or termination. This feels unnecessarily punitive and could contribute to an atmosphere of mistrust or fear rather than one of collaboration and excellence. Our superintendent, as the face and leader of the school division, must be empowered to communicate with families and the public about matters related to student achievement, safety, and the daily life of our schools. Open and honest communication is essential to building confidence among stakeholders and maintaining transparency. I urge the board to remember our shared purpose, to serve children. Your focus must remain on improving educational outcomes and supporting the professionals who work each day to achieve that mission. Suffolk Public Schools continues to thrive under capable leadership. Dr. Gordon, I sincerely thank you for your thoughtful, student-centered leadership. A strong leader not only sees the vision, but brings others along to achieve it. As someone once said, your investment in kids will outlive you. The work done in our schools today shapes the leaders, innovators, and citizens of tomorrow. Our community's future depends on how we prepare our youth, and that is a responsibility we all share. Thank you for your time and for considering my perspective this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo.
Our next speaker, Dr. Judith Brooks Buck, regarding minutes from the May 8th, 2025 meeting.
Good evening, everyone. I have a handout that's coming to you, which hopefully will explain to anyone who still is confused about what happened in 2016. Shouldn't be, but you should get some understanding if you haven't read the newspaper about what happened in 2016. I believe that at this point, and I have turned in my address, I'm both a business owner and a tax-paying citizen of Suffolk. We have right now a student, as I understand it, who received $1 million in scholarships. I would like to have known about that in a good news report. I too support what you said, Mrs. Fields. Thank you very much for that offering, and thank you, Mrs. Jenkins, for supporting that. Didn't need to see it on the screen flashing. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that, because everybody's not looking at the flashing screen and everybody wasn't here. I think it's something that should have been done in person and honored that people got in person, because everybody wasn't at graduation. I wasn't there. We used to honor our students sometimes in person. I'm sure when some of you who graduated from Suffolk got those kinds of awards, you were recognized. We got millions of dollars worth of scholarships. That's something that should be acknowledged, in my opinion. I heard a concern about parents and the behavior of students, something that is offered and something that is supported for our new members in social emotional learning, which some folks object to. If we offered social emotional learning to people to teach them to respect other people, including adults, if we supported it, when we do support it, our students learn some things that they may not learn at home. Everybody's home is not like mine. So sometimes our students need that support so they respect one another. But I digress. I want to talk about the minutes because I was really concerned about that. I stand here because of those concerns. Some Suffolk School Board members and public speakers decry the need for budget consciousness while simultaneously spending tax dollars looking for money that was never missing, claiming challenges that do not exist, and trying to destroy the good name and character of a man who worked for us for 33 years, who did not steal any money. He spent his own money and lost his own money. He added extra money to the things that he purchased wrongly because he never expected that working as a volunteer, helping people sell at the concession stand would warrant an investigation and a forensic audit. Our finance director, who is a person who knows what she's doing, prepared a book for those folks who were volunteers to help them understand how to manage money. She didn't have to do that, but she did. They don't have to follow it, but it's available because you see, that money has always been separate from ours. Nobody at Lakeland at any game, unless they were selling $100 hot dogs, raised $30,000 to be lost anywhere. That is just not true, and we need to move away from that. But to have that information, both in public given to a reporter or spoken in front of a reporter without correction, Madam Chair, and then to have that information in the minutes is problematic for me. When I hear people who express concerns about FOIA, we have a tremendous load of FOIAs since 2019. And we had, Mr. Riddick, as I recall, we had a representative from our insurance come and speak to us about that because this is a systematic thing. It's a political thing. It didn't just begin. The same people who are now continually bringing these things before you are people who have done this since 2019. Before I lose my time, I do want to add some other things. We have 2,300 employees. 72 of them, including you all, have purchase cards. That is not unusual for 2,300 employees. Some of you work for the government, you know better. Nobody, to justify your raises, you don't have to include in your report that the people in Chesapeake made $73,000. They do not. I spoke with the former chair of the board. They make $16,000 in Chesapeake. You don't need to justify what you do. We could have added 2 hours. We just chose not to. Lastly, as people who continually talk about their relationships with Christ, I want to tell you what I've seen in the last 6 months is not an example of those relationships. As a matter of fact, I'm saddened by it. And the last words I will say is, you would have to do DNA testing to find some semblance of what Jesus Christ looks like with this group.
Thank you, Dr. Buck. I
I'm done.
appreciate your time.
There are no more speakers.
No more speakers? Okay, that concludes the public speakers on agenda topics portion of our agenda. We now move forward to the consent agenda, and I will need a motion regarding the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
So Board Member Birmingham moved to approve the consent agenda, and Board Member Slingluff seconded. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on down, we now have unfinished before us. We have 4 action items, beginning with item number 1, ordinance 24/25-88, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-1.4, entitled Policy Effective Date, Suspension of Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading. Is there a motion regarding this ordinance?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve this policy.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay. The motion to approve has been made by Board Member Brittingham, and it's been seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
The only question I have about this is that everywhere else in policy, we have a majority is the vote that's required. And then this policy, it says 2/3 vote. And so my question is, why is that? And number two, can we change that to a majority vote versus a 2/3 vote? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to defer to the Policy Review Committee Chair and Attorney Waller to answer your first question, but to your second point, you were the one that made the motion to approve it as is, so you would have to amend that.
Okay.
Attorney Waller?
Two reasons. One is that you go through a lot of effort to adopt policies. Goes through policy review, goes through 2 readings, and so the Policy Review Committee felt that policies should not be suspended lightly. And so for that reason, they are recommending that there be a 2/3 vote, that there be 5 members of this board that would vote to suspend the policy. The second reason is, even though you don't utilize Robert's rules, under Robert's rules, when you suspend a standing policy of a board, it requires a 2/3 vote. So both under Robert's rules, even though you don't utilize them right now, the 2/3 vote requirement is there. And then because of all of the steps you go through in order to enact your policies, Policy Review Committee felt that they should not be suspended lightly.
Thank you, Attorney Waller. Is there anyone else from the Policy Review Committee that would like to chime in?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I will just say that this was something that we toyed with. We went back and forth. It was the attorney's recommendation at 2/3 vote. We talked about majority, and we just kind of settled on it. So really, if the board disagrees with it by vote, by way of vote, then we can certainly go back and adjust it.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so the current motion is to approve it as is.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm happy to amend my vote if other board members are interested in changing the 2/3 wording to majority.
Well, I think we can do 2 things here. You can either go ahead and amend it, or Attorney Waller, correct me if I'm wrong, we can vote on the motion as is. And then from there, she can decide if she needs to amend it.
In that she made the motion and she wants to amend her own motion, whoever gave the second order would have to agree to that.
Mr. Riddick?
I have a question, and I would rather err on the side of caution. The recommendation from Policy Review Committee, as it is written right now, says 2/3. And what is being asked is that we change the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee from 2/3 to majority, correct?
No. It would have to be that it will go back to policy review.
That's what I was getting to, because what was being suggested wasn't to send it back to Policy Review Committee. It was to make the change here. No, I heard correctly. It was to change, it was what the original motion was, to approve it as is. Then it came to, I would like to change that from the 2/3 to go with what's consistent, which is the majority rules, which is changing the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee, thus violating one of our other policies, which will require this to go back. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, so per our policy, we can either vote with the motion on the floor, or she can amend her motion to send this back to Policy Review Committee to make that change, and then see if someone will second that.
All right, well, then I will amend my, my motion to send this policy back to policy review, to review the 2/3 wording and change it to majority.
Board Member Slingleff, do you second that motion? Oh, was it you? Okay, Vice Chair McGee.
I second it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? We are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 2, under unfinished business, ordinance 24/25-89, and ordinance adding Chapter 7, Article 7, Section 7-7.1, entitled Statement of Policy, Definitions, Examples of Prohibited Activities, Curriculum Discussions Allowed, Role of the School Superintendent, Disclaimer Requirement, Consequences of Violation, Protection of Employee Rights, Exemption of school board members of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading. Is there a motion regarding this ordinance?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve this motion, please, or this ordinance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Brittingham to approve it, seconded by Board Member Slingluff, I believe. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, sir.
So I want to clear the air. I know it's been brought to my attention that my comments in the Suffolk Herald, people interpreted them to mean that I was targeting our superintendent, Dr. Gordon. That is not the case. What I've expressed is the seat of the superintendent. My goal is to protect this institution from politics affecting our children. If our mission here for Suffolk Public Schools is our kids, why would we want politics of any sort from anyone coming into affecting our children? This policy, we already have a policy on the books right now for politics. This is just beefing it up. This doesn't restrict our teachers or Suffolk personnel from participating in anything political on their time, whether it's their lunchtime, before school, after school, on their break. You know, when they're not working, they can do whatever they want. But what this does protect is from anybody interfering and giving their personal political agendas while they're serving our children. Madam Chair, another thing I would like to speak on this is, you know, we do have a good superintendent here, but Dr. Gordon's not going to be here all the time. If Dr. Gordon was to leave tonight and we had another superintendent who was on the far other side of the political aisle and they were sitting up here wearing a MAGA hat, far right, would we want them spewing political agendas from this platform, from his seat? If the answer is no, there should be no reason we, as a whole board, do not support this policy. We just had a board retreat on Monday, and I heard from a board member, politics do not belong on this dais or in the schools. This is the goal of this, to keep politics out of our schools, right? To protect our children. Our employees should remain apolitical, nonpartisan during working hours. Outside of that, they can lobby for whatever they want, support whatever they want. But while they're working and they're teaching our children, we need to keep politics out of the classroom. That's all this policy says. And I would hope this entire board would support that if our focus is the children and not political agendas. Thank you.
Anyone else? Board Member Jenkins?
Madam Chair, I just feel this is another way to silence our superintendent, and I would like to know what prompted this now that we have to change this policy or add this policy.
Again, it's to protect the institution, to keep politics out of the classroom, out of school business.
Anyone else have discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I think the hardest part for any staff member, whoever sits in this seat, is what's going to be the determination if something is political. Because when you're reading the indicators and the numbers that we have here in the policy, what's going to be political is still going to be subjective. As Ms. Jenkins just asked the question, this stems from the immigration letter for the procedures for ICE agents, which was viewed as safety, and to remind our staff of what the process is going to be. Now, in my conversations with Mr. McGee, he was concerned about us mentioning the executive orders at the beginning of the letter and the facts that we have to include, because as I explained to him and as we discussed in the Policy Review Committee meeting, we always have to provide the background, the why, and the facts. To be clear, Mr. McGee and Ms. Slingluff had stated that they had received concerns about the letter. The school division didn't receive any. We did receive one communication from a constituent stating that she would be willing to help translate for any students that may have any language barriers. I'm not saying that Mr. McGee and Ms. Slingluff did not receive concerns, but usually when concerns are received, board members send them to the staff. And we didn't receive any. So I think the overall subjectivity of what is going to be determined to be political or not is going to continue to be a gray area. And as our discussion occurred in the Policy Review Committee meeting, I think it's not feasible for communications from the school division to have to be approved by the board or ran by the board or whatever when timing is of the essence. To provide full background, this issue came up because we saw a decrease in attendance, especially at the elementary school level. All right, English language learner kids. And our elementary principals shared with leadership, please take a look at our attendance data. Chronic absenteeism. Dr. Bird and I looked at the data. We saw drops. I wish, honestly, I can remember what the drops are, because y'all know I usually like to spit that stuff out. But I do remember that we saw a decrease. That's when we decided to do the letter. I let the chair know that I have to send this letter out because it's impacting our kids. And families are scared to send their kids to school. One parent shared with an elementary school principal that she went to scout the bus stop 45 minutes before her child got on the bus to make sure that no ICE agents were there. I mean, that's just something that the majority of us here in this room don't have to live with. So that letter that was sent out was all about the safety. It wasn't political. I share with Vice Chair McGee that over 70 school divisions sent out a very similar letter in our state because it was a form letter by our state superintendent's organization. Mr. McGee has shared that he believed that organization also has some political undertones, but that organization represents red, blue, purple, dark red, whatever, because they had to represent all of our 132 localities. So one of the things I did suggest to the Policy Review Committee meeting is I could do a better job of alerting the full board instead of the chair when we have to send something out. That's part of us turning towards. But I will ask for the board to vote this down because it does restrict the communications of the system, the team, especially when we're talking about safety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple questions and I need some clarity on it. Because I want to make sure this is not being confused with another one that we have discussed that came out of the Education Committee. I don't see in here, and please somebody from the Policy Review Committee, where it says that we are to approve communications in this policy coming out of your office or from staff. I don't see that in here. So I don't think that that one applies to this policy in front of us right now. From my vantage point, pulling back, I know everyone's referencing the letter and that situation and circumstance, but if we have a policy in place, I went back to that. Like, we had a policy in place already for a reason. this is the intent is to amend it. So with my understanding that Vice Chair McGee was the one that initiated the conversation to make those amendments, I reached out to him and asked for some context regarding these recommended changes, and I'm just going to read to you all from my communication with him. I said, here are the 3 questions I have about the political activity policy. Regarding employees not making public statements of political support, are we now going to police social media? I'm going to jump to his answer so that you guys don't have to track. Let's see. So his response to that is, this policy only applies during working hours and not on their time. They're free to do it on their lunch breaks, before and after school. It's no different than the policies that restrict gambling, playing games online during work time, viewing explicit content during working hours on company resources. My second question was, as for legislative action that's somewhere in this policy, is it not appropriate or acceptable for teachers, principals, et cetera, to advocate for or against policy changes that impact our kids? For example, many teachers and admin are upset about the new policy making SOLs part of a student's final grades. There's been a lot of dialogue about that. His response to that, scrolling down, they are allowed to, but not during duty hours. On their own time, they can advocate for or against anything. And then my final question was, how do we handle town halls being hosted in school buildings going forward? Because it speaks specifically to using our material resources. And his clarification was, nothing changes. This policy doesn't restrict board members from hosting town halls on property. So I just wanted to offer that communication that occurred between us to the public, because I wanted to clarify that it's not just, number one, just addressing the superintendent. It's employees, and it's a discussion during their work hours. And then if you look in the policy, I guess the way we take some of the subjectivity out of political activity, it's defined in here. It says political activity means an activity directed toward the success or failure of a political party, a candidate for partisan political office or partisan political group, or the formation, adoption, or changing of domestic or foreign policies of the United States or that of any state or local government. So I think that was the effort, as appears to me, the effort of the Policy Review Committee to take something that could be subjective and make it a little bit more measurable. Those are just the thoughts that I wanted to offer, so you all know that there has been dialogue, not just in the Policy Review Committee, but among other board members. Mr. Riddick?
I just want to make sure that I'm clear. In reading the policy, I heard everyone referencing employees and staff, but this policy specifically spells out superintendent. So this is not to be packaged as this is for all of our staff. This policy, as I'm reading the recommendation that downloaded via ESB at this time, and I went back to make sure I'm right, it specifically deals with the role of the superintendent. So to me, it's targeting one employee, which sets us up for the wrong side of the law. You can't have a policy, and I shared this with the Policy Review Committee persons that I spoke with. I shared this information. You cannot write a policy for one person. It's either for all employees, because if you do it for one, that can be viewed as work retaliation, tortious interference of contract, along with some other things. So I personally cannot support this policy, will not support this policy, and I urge the board members not to support this as well, because it sets the institution up for legal liability, because it's specifically going after one employee.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. If I can, I just want to read from paragraph A, and this is where I got my vantage point when I pulled back. Suffolk Public Schools is committed to maintaining a politically neutral educational environment that prioritizes instruction, student well-being, and professional conduct. Employees of Suffolk Public Schools must not engage in any political activity during work hours or while serving as a representative for Suffolk Public Schools. and then it goes on with the definition. So it says employees in paragraph A. If I may, just for a second, defer to Attorney Waller and tell me if the wording of this is isolating one employee.
The policy reference to the superintendent is in letter E, where it talks about the superintendent or his designee being responsible for ensuring that the policy is strictly adhered to. That is really no different from most of your policies that may require the Office of Superintendent to make sure that the policies are carried out. Also, if you look at letter F, again, letter F references employees found in violation of this policy may face disciplinary action. So the reference to the superintendent in the policy is simply requiring the superintendent or the Office of Superintendent to make sure that the policy is carried out.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Waller, for that clarification. So, since we're being transparent, the very first time I had this conversation in policy review, I did have a conversation in the hallway with Superintendent Gordon. And I also told him the reason why I had such a drive to change this policy is because during my campaign, when I was running, I had interference in my election from Suffolk Public Schools. I signed up for National Night Out through the city of Suffolk. I received a letter from the superintendent's office accusing me of trespassing at Lakeland High School. I had to hire an attorney because my political opponent was using that letter that was sent to me, knocking on doors, saying I was trespassing at Lakeland during National Night Out, which was a lie. I registered through the city of Suffolk, and I had a letter from the superintendent's office interfering with my campaign. That's how we got here. That's the full story. So I had that conversation with you in the hallway the day this first got brought up. So I want everybody to know why there is a reference to the superintendent's seat, because I don't believe anybody should interfere with any election, whether it's Dr. Gordon or the next person who takes that seat. Apolitical, nonpartisan.
Madam Chair.
Oh,
My light was, oh, thank you. When you go back and read section 7-7.1, and even if you read the briefing of it, if this was for the entire, and maybe we need to restructure how we write policies, because when I go back to read this policy, what it says is, it says, an ordinance adding Chapter 7, Article 7, Section 7-1, entitled Statement of Policy, Definition, Examples, Prohibited Activities, Curriculum, Discussion Allowed, Role of the School Superintendent, Consequences for Violation. It does not go into role of Suffolk Public Schools employees. It reads, and there were others who have matriculated higher than I have academically, and they read it the same way, that it reads as if we are singling out our superintendent. And when I did share these concerns, it wasn't at that time told to me that this is, for everyone. It was stated that I understand what I was saying, but in reading the language that is given, I understand how it is being interpreted that it's for everybody. But if you take this policy at face value, the only office and the only position that is mentioned throughout this policy, as I've read it thus far, is the office of the superintendent. So that's my recommendation, that the board don't deal with this now. I mean, maybe we need to send this back to Policy Review Committee and y'all fix whatever need to be fixed and it comes back to the board. But in reading the policy, both hard copy and electronically, in writing, the only position that is referenced is the superintendent. This board has 2 other employees. So if we're going to restrict 1 employee that we have, then the other 2 employees should have been named and mentioned as well with their capacities. Because those capacities are not mentioned, and it clearly says the role of the superintendent in the beginning and everything else falls subsequent to the role of the superintendent, this is tying his hands. This is limiting us to 1 employee and not the other 2 that we have as a school board. And it's not going into the employees that we have on the ground level.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Dr. Gordon?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, this kind of took a little turn there. So the first part, and then I'm going to read one statement in the policy that really clarifies things. The letter that Mr. McGee is referring to, because when we have National Night Out activities, any event that is held on Suffolk Public Schools property, the proper process is to go through the school to sign up in order to be able to use the slot. As Mr. McGee just said, he went through the city. That wasn't the process. The letter clarified that, and Mr. McGee wasn't the only person that received that letter. Didn't know your opponent was using it, but that's the full context. I don't really understand why that was brought up, because the actual email that was sent was on the day that we sent out the immigration letter. So that was the real reason, in my opinion, of why it occurred. I want to direct everyone's attention to letter B. If we know that this letter, Mr. McGee's concerns came up the day that the immigration letter came out, and Mr. McGee made it very clear during policy review and in other discussions with me that he felt that the letter had political undertones. That's what he shared. It says, providing information, last sentence, providing information to the school community regarding laws enacted at the national, state, or local level that impacts the operation of Suffolk Public Schools is not considered political activity. But the policy was written because of laws enacted at the national level. Like, basically the reasons why this policy is being written and for what happened actually contradict. They conflict with each other. That's why I'm saying that this policy shouldn't be voted up, because all of this came about when we were reminding our schools that immigration agents must have a search warrant to try to come into our schools. That was the basis of the letter. So that last sentence there shows that that was the purpose of the letter. And again, the concern was brought up when we released the letter, not from the discussion that Mr. McGee and I had at National Night Out. It was because of what happened when we released the immigration letter. So I want to highlight that sentence for the board as the reason why, I know I don't have a vote, but the reason why I believe that this policy is not good for our school division.
Thank you. Board Member Slingluff?
So there are several things. I don't know if I'll remember everything, but I think that Attorney Waller already addressed the reason why it states in the very top, the heading of this policy, role of the school superintendent. This was addressed in our policy review committee meeting. You can go back and hear the recordings because everyone on this dais has the recordings of the meetings. Attorney Waller stated that it is listed in there because you list everything that is in this policy, the big highlights that are in this policy, and Attorney Waller, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You put that in the heading of the policy. Because it's stated that the superintendent's role is to make sure that this policy is enforced, that's why we were told by Attorney Waller that that was placed in the heading, not because this was targeted at the superintendent. This policy has been in our discussion at the Policy Review Committee for 2-3 months. We've been mulling over this. So this was something that has evolved. We've come to this conclusion. It's been cleaned up. It's been tidied up. There's nothing directed at any one person in here. Additionally, as Dr. Gordon stated, you can provide information regarding laws that are enacted at the national and state level. That's not offensive. The reality is that one of the challenges that we have in Suffolk Public Schools, whether it be on this dais or in this school system, is there's political division. It's been on this dais, it's been in interactions. I'm sure that many of us could list a multitude of instances, which we're not going to go there today. My understanding also with the letter that went out for immigration was that that letter came from VAS, as Dr. Gordon has stated, came from VAS. The school system held on to it, didn't initiate it. This is what we were told in policy review. The school system did not initiate it until there were parents coming to the schools. So it didn't originate with the school, with Suffolk Public Schools as being our issue, and so we're sending out the letter. That was not the origination of it. If the letter had simply stated, and I've expressed this in the policy review committee meeting, if the letter had simply stated, this is the current law, or this is what's taking place regarding immigration, here's our stance on it, your kids are safe, and didn't have undertones in it, pointing prospectively, negatively to the administration, our federal administration, then it probably wouldn't have received anything. It's all about the way that it's delivered. If we deliver facts like it's stating here, providing information according to facts, we're fine. This is not going to cause a problem to anyone if we're not doing what everybody's saying. If there's no political platforms that are being used in anything we're doing, this is not going to create any issue for anyone. So I don't see why. It's not targeting anyone. It has evolved to a policy that covers all employees. I don't think anyone in here, we are not in the business of politicizing our children. We are not in the business of trying to sway our children politically. It doesn't have a place in our classrooms, in our schools, even in this dais, in my opinion. And that was one of my recommendations. I don't think this dais needs to be used as a platform to speak politically. That's me. When every single person on this dais ran for school board, we had to state that we were nonpartisan. Now, granted, people get endorsements or whatever along the way, but the reality is that we are not, the purpose is we are not supposed to be pushing a political agenda. If we can come to these meetings and everything that we do in this school system and know that we are about the kids and lay our personal differences aside politically, we could be much more productive even in these meetings. This is not politically charged to target anyone.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be brief. Just so everybody realizes, we have a exceptional attorney right here that crafted this. I trust his policy. I know he knows what he's doing. So if you have concerns, that tells me you're having concerns with our attorney. Sean McGee did not draft this. Our attorney wrote this. I gave him a draft policy, and he put his tone, he made it legally and right. So I trust what he's saying in this policy right now, that we're good.
Thank you. I think at this point we're ready to vote. We've had this before us for more than a month. Everybody that has called for it has had 2 opportunities to speak. So at this time, Ms. Gardner, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell? Yes. Motion passed.
On to number 3, under unfinished business, ordinance 24/25-90, and ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.7, entitled School Board Standing Committees, Foundations, Special Committees of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading. Is there a motion regarding this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Slinglove to approve the policy. It's been seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brittingham, do you have a question? Okay. There being no discussion, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now that that has passed, Attorney Waller, I have a follow-up question directly tied to that vote. Do we need to do something further to reestablish or make permanent a support committee?
Well, this policy makes that committee a standing committee. of the
Okay.
school board. So I guess in the normal course of events, whenever you make your appointments to standing committees, you need to make sure that you include this committee.
So assuming that would be done next January, would change the makeup of it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to number 4, under unfinished business, ordinance 24/25-91, an ordinance repealing Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.6:1, school board norms, protocols, violations, and adopting a new Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.6:1, entitled Aspirational Statements, School Board Norms, Protocols, and Consequences for Violations of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading. Is there a motion regarding this ordinance?
So moved.
Okay, the motion has been made to approve this ordinance by Board Member Slingluff and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, it looks like we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
No.
Board Member Slingluff.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, ma'am. We now move down to new business. The first item under new business would be payment of bills and payroll for May 2025. Is there a motion to approve payment of bills and payroll?
Move to approve.
Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Riddick to approve the bills and payroll, and it's been seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
No.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff.
No.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Looking at item number 2, we actually will be pushing this action off because we have a second closed session at the end of this meeting to organize and appoint our committees. So we're going to skip down to number 3. Number 3 is Resolution 24/25-32, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a release and termination of a road grant easement agreement between the Suffolk City School Board and Atlantic Coast Pipeline, LLC.
So moved.
Okay, the motion has been made to approve the resolution by Board Member Slingluff and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins. Yes. Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Item number 4, Resolution 24/25-33, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, approving an award to Baker Family Housing, LLC, pursuant to a written invitation for bid issued by Suffolk Public Schools. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Madam Chair, I move to approve it.
Second.
So it was moved to approve by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Item number 5 is information. Board Member Slingluff requested that I formally add this, and you all should have received the email from Ms. Gardner when the agenda was released outlining the timeline and terms of our evaluation process, but I will just briefly call your attention to and discuss some of the points. The first attachment is the superintendent's instrument, evaluation instrument, and the thing that I want to highlight here is that this is the agreed upon evaluation instrument that was voted on and approved by the board, I believe 2 years ago when we had to add the 8th category, and the superintendent has agreed upon it. I realize there are about 50 indicators possible per category on the VDOE recommended tool. This one is the one that this board has voted to approve, and this is the one that you will use to reference your comments and your well, the numbers, the numerical score that you give. I want to point out as well, let me get to my notes, I'm sorry, y'all. I've had a lot of meetings in the past few days. Okay. So it's been done a variety of different ways over my past 3.5 years on the board in regard to comments. If you give a score in each category other than effective or a 3, you will be required to write a justification/comment for why. So that would be a 1, 2, or a 4. That would require a comment. If you give a 3, you don't have to write a comment, you're welcome to, but it's only required if you give a score anything other than 3. Everybody clear on that? Everybody clear on the timeline that Ms. Gardner provided to us in the email? Okay, so those are the 2 bullet points that I had. This is the agreed upon tool for the superintendent. You have to give comments if you give a score outside of the number 3/effective. The other attachments you will see are for Ms. Gardner and for Attorney Waller, as is usually the case. We will turn our documentation into Ms. Gardner for Dr. Gordon and Attorney Waller, and then our evaluation for Ms. Gardner will go to Wendy Forsman, and they will be provided the results and the information themselves 3 days in advance of the closed session. Am I correct, Ms. Gardner? Okay. Does anybody have any questions about this information that you've had available to you since last Thursday? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have
Yes.
two questions. I just want to be clear. We have the instrument, but as you've indicated, there are many different indicators that are possible according to the VDOE one and according to the instrument that we have. It states that the examples are there, but they're not limited to those. So any of the indicators can be what we have. So I just want to make sure, because of what you just said, that this is our instrument.
Correct. I'm
But you
gonna, this is what was shared with me, so I'm gonna
Right.
get clarity from Dr. Gordon and the attorney on this. The indicators that are on this specific tool were the ones that were collectively selected by the board and the superintendent. So I'm gonna yield to Dr. Gordon and then just have Attorney Waller confirm for us that we do this correctly, so nobody's evaluation is called into question or discarded.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you are correct. So as a part of the agreement of the evaluation instrument, the key component is the actual indicators that were being agreed upon. The state provided a menu from the work that James Strong did of 50 to 100, I don't even know the total number. And when I was hired and this was presented, these were the indicators that the board and I agreed that I would be evaluated on. And this will also, more importantly, is the evidence that I'm providing for each one of these indicators. So I will have a narrative as well as the evidence associated with these indicators, because that is the agreed upon method that is in the contract and that we agreed upon within that time frame.
Thank you. Attorney Waller, can you speak to on, for example, the superintendent's tool, page 3? It says performance indicators in bold, and then under that, in italics, it says indicators may include but are not limited to. I think that's what Board Member Slingluff is referencing. But then Dr. Gordon's point is the 1.1, 1.3, 1.5, 1.6, and 1.9 are contractually what he agreed to. So can you help us clarify there what's going on with the verbiage?
That language was just the standard language that was in the form itself, to say, but not limited to. But the indicators are the things that have been agreed to. So you are locked into those indicators.
Okay, as a follow-up, since this is just the example provided and we're not formally receiving this yet from Ms. Gardner, is it possible to remove that sentence?
You could.
Performance indicators may include, da-da-da-da. Can that be taken out? Is it a workable document? Does anyone know? So there's no confusion? Because it is misleading. But if
Right.
it's contractually what he's agreed to, we have to follow that. but this phrase is misleading. So what I want to know is, can we find a way to take it out before we receive these officially June 30th?
I'll look and see if it can be removed.
Okay. Does
Madam
that help?
Yes, I do. I do have a couple, I have a follow-up to that, one other question. So I don't know when, in my term, this is my third year doing this, I have not been a part of voting on, agreeing upon indicators for this. So our first year, we agreed upon the weighting for the different standards that were put in here. But my question is, what I don't understand, there are so many great indicators here, why we would leave out an indicator that says works collaboratively with school board and stakeholders to develop and implement policies that define organizational expectations and result in continuous improvement, or why we would leave out an indicator that says works collaboratively to develop long and short range goals and objectives consistent with strategic plans and monitors progress in achieving the goals and objectives. These are things that are in this. I'd like to ask, is there another opportunity where the board and the superintendent can agree upon, since we are a different board, there's only two long-term board members on this board. As a board, are we able at some point, maybe for next year, to discuss all of these indicators? I think those are just two of the indicators that I think that are very viable, that could be included in this evaluation, that are excluded from it, and I think they're valuable. That's my first question. My second one is,
Can you pause there and we
Yes.
handle that one
Yes.
first? Don't forget the other one.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So the second indicator that Ms. Slingleff read is on here. It's 2.3. Works collaboratively to develop long and short-range goals and objectives. That's on there, I'm not sure. But the other part.
It's mismarked as 2.3.
Understood. But part of the reason, one of the things that I want you to understand, Ms. Lindelof, when you compare what is on this evaluation instrument with the menu that's on the DOE, there is a lot of similarity between many of the indicators. So even though the board has changed, because you're right about that, the superintendent seat hasn't. And so I'll be honest and tell you that this is what I am comfortable with. Now, if the state comes out with a new instrument or something that they feel like, just like we had to do when Mr. Riddick was chair, when we had to add, culturally
Section
relevant? Right. Culturally responsive and equitable division leadership, that's when we had to change the percentages, and you were a part of that. So I think that the changes are going to occur once the state does that, or if there is a new superintendent sitting in the seat, that's usually when the evaluation instrument will change. So I can't really answer and say to you that I would be open to changing the indicators, because it kind of still part of the process of making sure that these align with what our goals are and for the evidence that I give.
Well, I guess I will just say to that, if you would just consider looking at some of the VDOE indicators and consider possibly as a board, could we ever at some point take a look at it? Because I do think there are some viable ones that you would meet and would be fine criteria to add, and I think they're viable. The last thing that I have, Chair Howe, is regarding how the information on the evaluation is going to be collected. So my understanding is, in past, there was a spreadsheet that collected the tallies, and so that the board could see the entire evaluations and the final numbers that were given for each category for all of our employees. That has not happened the last 2 years. I would like to request that as a board that we see those tallied, and I know it's anonymous, so we don't know who put what scoring in for the employees, but I think, again, just full transparency, to be above board, to know this process is sound, I think it would be wise and prudent to give all scores in a spreadsheet like that to board members for all of our employees to see. I mean, not for all the 3 employees that we're evaluating, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Without,
So to speak to that, Ms. Gardner and I already spoke about that, and I already explained to her that I wanted to revert back to the way that Dr. Buck had done it my first year on the board. That was when we got the anonymous spreadsheet of the scores, and then the composite was there. So that is my intention. Once you've all turned it into her, she and I will then meet, and she'll walk me through the process of how it's calculated, and that spreadsheet will be created and provided for everyone. The year that Dr. Buck did that, my first year on the board, that was provided at the beginning of the closed session. It's not an attachment on ESB for obvious reasons, but it will be provided this year. Okay, anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we do it that way, it's still not going to be for the public, or, okay, I just wanted that to be known. That it's
No,
not
it'll
gonna be
it'll
going
be
on
just like when we
Facebook
have a
and-
closed session and the attorney gives us information to support our discussion, and then we return that information to him.
Okay.
It's not going to be uploaded onto ESB, and that's why I advise Board Member Slingluff, you will get it like as we enter closed session in
Okay.
July. It will not be provided in advance. One of the reasons for confidentiality sake.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think it's ideal if we outline what the process of evaluation is via policy. So that way it's not something that changes every year. You put it down in formula, this is how it's going to be done, this is the expectation, because it's different strokes for different folks. But when you have it in policy as into this is how it's going to be done, it keeps some form of consistency.
So I would ask that you put that request to Board Member Slingluff for that to be added to the next PRC discussion, which I believe is July. Is that correct? The 23rd of June? Okay. So, yeah, if you can get that into Board Member Slingluff and Attorney Waller pretty quickly, they can address that. Any further questions about the process and the instruments that are before us right now? Okay, I just encourage you again to refer back to the email Ms. Gardner sent, because it is pretty detailed. And I would also like to highlight, if you require the documentation to be printed and organized for you, Vice Chair McGee and I have already confirmed with Ms. Gardner, we're fine with the digital. If you require a hard copy, you need to let her know ASAP, like tomorrow. Okay. I think that concludes that conversation. We have to come back to citizen advisory committees. So at this point, it looks like we're ready for the good news report. I'll yield the floor to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Dickens, to provide the good news report, which will include our scholarship totals that still are coming in, our WTKR3 Everyday Hero, Captain Sasha Fountain, our all-district Reads program being featured in the AASA magazine, a grant that we earned from the Virginia Department of Education, our Woodman Life American History Award winners, the VDOE Active Learning Grant, celebrating innovation in literacy and math instruction, us earning a national recognition, excellent job by Ms. Dickens and her team, national recognition for our district communication, also our star achiever for the fourth quarter, and then I will close out with calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
Not hear me? Okay. Well, thank you again, Dr. Gordon, for the introduction. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of our board, of course, those here with us this evening, and those watching online. As we heard during our graduation ceremonies, our class of 2025 has been awarded over $40 million in scholarships, and the total continues to grow. From academic excellence to athletic achievements, our seniors have truly shown what it means to be determined, driven, and destined for success. Again, this number continues to grow, which reaffirms that when students are supported, challenged, and believed in, they do rise to the occasion. We're proud to celebrate Ms. Sasha Fountain, ROTC captain at Lakeland High School, for being awarded with the WTKR Channel 3 Everyday Hero Award, sponsored by Southern Bank. This recognition is given to individuals in our area, Hampton Roads, who make meaningful contributions to their communities. Through consistent acts of kindness and service, Ms. Fountain is yet another SPS staff member to receive this recognition, and she exemplifies the spirit of giving by being a mentor, leader, and an inspiration to her students in the ROTC program. In the last few weeks of school, the Air Force Junior ROTC students hosted their second annual food drive, where they collected over 4,700 items to be delivered to the Suffolk Christian Fellowship Food Bank. The interview with Ms. Fountain aired this Tuesday, actually, on Channel 3, and it is still available to watch on WTKR News 3's website. Last month, our SPS All Suffolk Reads or All District Reads program was featured in the prestigious American Association of School Administrators magazine. This spotlight highlights the innovative and impactful work that we're doing to help our students foster a love for literacy and build stronger school, family, and community connections. Being featured in ASA's publication not only affirms the value of our collective efforts, but also places SPS on a national stage as a model for literacy-focused, community-driven educational practices. The Parent Resource Center was awarded a $4,000 grant from the Virginia Department of Education, and under the leadership of Dr. Cassandra McNair, Director of Special Education, and her dedicated team, these funds will be used to purchase updated informational materials, support resources, and tools that will further enhance the services offered by the PRC, which is an investment that focuses on the importance of family engagement in student success. Using the PRC ensures families are informed, supported, and actively involved, especially those of students with disabilities. So we want to ensure that the space remains a place for building those partnerships and ensuring that all students have the support that they need. Each year, the Woodman Life organization honors students from across the country who shows outstanding academic achievement and a genuine passion for American history. That recognition comes in the form of a personalized plaque and a $50 check generously provided by the Woodman Life organization. So the award is given to either an 8th grader or an 11th grade student, and we are proud of our students, as you can see listed here, who received this national recognition, and look forward to them going forth and continuing to do great work. Through a partnership with Old Dominion University, we were awarded the VDOE Active Learning Grant. Ms. Perry and Mr. Grant from Booker T. Washington Elementary School proudly represented our division, receiving expert training in active learning strategies for both literacy and math. After implementing and sharing their lessons, they were honored to have both of their plans selected as 2 of the top 6 out of more than 30 submissions. A huge thank you to ODU and, of course, the VDOE for this opportunity for our staff to grow and share best practices with fellow educators. And we're excited to share that our team, our communication and community engagement team, earned recognition from the National School Public Relations Association, or what's also referred to as NSPRA. We received multiple honors in their 2025 Publications and Digital Media Excellence Award. We received a total of 6, a merit award for our school division publications, 3 honorable mentions for our SPS newsletter, our social media campaign, and one of our in-house videos created by our digital media specialist, Mr. Terrence Chirac. We also received 2 awards of excellence for 2 additional videos created by Mr. Chirac, one of our video series, and then an in-house video production. We appreciate the ability to collaborate with other teams and departments in creative storytelling and our strategic use of media to keep our families and staff and community not only informed, but also engaged and inspired. Congratulations to all of our staff members who were nominated and selected for the final SPS Star Achiever recognition for this current academic year. Their dedication and passion and their commitment to excellence continues to shine across our Suffolk Public School Division, and we thank them for going above and beyond to serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens, and I would ask for the board to kind of pause for a second and give Ms. Dickens' team a round of applause. That's 6 national awards. It's outstanding. I mean, and this is kind of what the stuff that we were talking about, you know, we were referring to the climate and culture survey. We have one of the best in the business, and I think the awards that she won, I think, is the most in the state. I'm still doing my research, but to have that national recognition is outstanding. And as she specifically mentioned, Terrence Chirac, AKA E-Dub, who's done great work with our video and media stuff, the things that Mr. Riddick was referring to, and as the board members saw during graduation, the videos that he put forward for the 2-minute countdowns, just all of that. Jarrell Thomas, Kenitra Haddon, Julie Paspas, Melvin Bradshaw, and Antoinette Dickens. Those 6 people are producing a national level work. So congratulations, Ms. Dickens. As I close it out, Madam Chair, with the calendar of special events, I want to remind everyone that it is a shorter week next week. This was our first week of really having the 4-day work weeks, but next week we are off on Juneteenth. June 19th, so we only have a 3-day work week next week. That Friday is also going to be the first day of summer. A reminder, because a lot of people just don't realize that the school division never sleeps. Summer school starts on June 30th. June 30th and ends July 31st, approximately 19 instructional days in there as we work around the 4th of July Independence Day holiday. But Mr. Wagner and his entire team is working extremely hard, still registering folks for multiple reasons. But June 30th, that Monday, 2 weeks from Monday, is when summer school starts. As a reminder, we will be closed for the Independence Day holiday on July 3rd and 4th. And our next school board meeting, Madam Chair, will be on July 10th, right back here at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Next up on our agenda are public speakers on non-agenda topics, so I'll yield the floor to Ms. Gardner.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant at arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Dawn Matthews regarding follow-up late bus.
Hello, my name is Dawn Matthews. I live at 2772 Manning Road. My two daughters attend Southwestern Elementary and they ride bus route 5. I came earlier this year, around the 100th day of school in February, to report an issue to the board concerning my children's bus running consistently late. After that meeting, I saw absolutely no improvement. I realized in the days to follow that I had made an error in my last address to the board. I did not hear from a single board member with any kind of solution, a goal, thanks for coming, screw you, nothing, no kind of acknowledgement. It seemed like there was just like a handful of parents here at that meeting and every other meeting. And not that I did this for any kind of acknowledgement or anything, but I can see why people don't want to do this. So I would like to make it clear that this time when I'm addressing you about the same subject, I would greatly appreciate some sort of like acknowledgement of this problem, or if there are any kind of plans on correcting the issue in the future. I have provided a list of the dates that I have recorded for this past school year of afternoons where Route 5 was late. I would like to clarify that by late, I mean more than 15 minutes later than the normal arrival time. As a reminder, our bus was originally predicted by the Transportation Department to arrive at 4:35 in the afternoon. On a normal day, it arrived at 4:45. School dismissal began at 3:50. I only made record on that sheet of the days where the bus was arriving after 5 p.m. or later. An hour and 10 minutes, I think, is just way too long for any student, much less my 4-year-old that was on the bus. I would like someone from the board to please let me know how to go about getting my daughter's bus routes analyzed and rerouted so that this does not repeat next year, as it has for the past several years. This past year was just the first year I decided to do something about it and to make records myself. I still believe that my family is entitled to have my children transported home in a timely manner, and I do not believe that the solution to this problem is me going to pick them up every afternoon. I believe in transparency, and I have started a correspondence with the Director of Pupil Transportation for the Virginia Department of Education to also find out what can be done to correct this issue and to make them aware of the lack of solutions provided by this school board. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews, for coming out.
Our next speaker is Olivia Hudson regarding Nansmore program.
Good evening, Chairperson Howell, members, Vice Chair McGee, want to make sure I get everybody, members of the school board, Superintendent Dr. Gordon, as well as everyone in attendance. Oh my gosh, you guys, I thought being on the boosters was a lot. You guys do a lot. My name is Olivia Hudson. I am a 01 graduate from Nansmore River High School. I've had one that graduate, he finished ODU, and I also have one that's going into her senior year. She actually plays the tenor drum. She's the only tenor drum at Nansmore River High School. And I also am the president of the Band Booster organization. I'm just here tonight. I thought about different ways of saying this, but I'm just here tonight on behalf of just not myself, but many dedicated parent volunteers across our district who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support the student programs, not just in music, but like in athletics, academics, and the arts. We all share the same goal to see our students thrive. But there's a growing challenge that affects many parent-led organizations in our district, and I feel like it's just the lack of standardized guidance on how we're expected to operate as a parent-led organization at the school. Booster clubs, PTAs, and other parent-led groups bring tremendous value to the schools. We raise funds, we organize events, we provide meals, chaperone trips, purchase equipment, often filling the gaps where the budgets fall short. But too often we operate under unclear, inconsistent, or verbal-only guidance. What's allowed at one school, we find that may be something different at a different school, which kind of leads to confusion. I kind of heard some of those things tonight in other areas that were discussed. So tonight, I'm just respectfully asking for the board to consider the creation of maybe a district-wide standard operating procedure for all parent-led support organizations. It's not about creating the red tape or telling someone what to do. It's just about creating that clarity, trust, consistency for everyone's involved. You know, Dr. Gordon talked about, I think he said 98% for the elementary. I'm pretty sure the number of engagement for high school is lower. But we do have this organization that's building back up, and I want to keep the parents engaged. And I know the biggest frustration is we go work 8 or 10 hours, and then we come to raise money for the kids, and it's not consistent amongst administration, and sometimes they're saying what downtown is saying, and we just don't have a clear direction. If we have these SOPs, right, it just will kind of help define the process for submitting and approving events for fundraisers, clear expectations around the finances, record keeping and reporting, and how we can just collaborate with school staff while maintaining our independence as well as the school maintaining theirs. And then who to contact if something, for procedurals. Is it the activities director? Is it the principal? It's just, it's just crazy. I just think that a documented framework would ensure no group is left guessing and no school has to start from scratch. It protects administrators, it empowers our volunteers, and most importantly, it benefits the students. As the current Booster president and a longtime parent volunteer, I believe this is a real opportunity for our district, not just to improve how we operate, but to strengthen the partnership between schools and families. I respectfully ask that the board considers forming a committee, council, or task force that includes both administration, parent leaders across school levels and programs, because it does look different for elementary, for middle school, and for high school. And then together we can just develop a SOP model that supports that consistency, equity, and collaboration district-wide. And I just want to say, last but not least, I have 59 seconds, that when I looked at this, my background is in organizational behavior, and I also do implementation and payroll, so finances is my thing. And so in all the discussions that was being said, I just think it's just the SOPs. We just need a standard operator, and it is gonna look different for elementary, middle, and high. But anyway, I just wanna close out with saying thank you. Thank you for your time. I'm glad that I was able to speak, and hopefully this is something that you all can discuss and hopefully bring in the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. If I can just get you to hang there at the back. I think we're done with public speakers. I don't see the third one, but I know that Dr. Gordon and possibly Dr. Bird want to catch up with you.
Yeah,
So if
Dr.
you
Bird is
cannot
going
run away.
he's raising his hand. Ms. Hudson, can you go talk to him? He's going to be the person that's going to assist you in that. That's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gardner, do we have Mr.
Final-
McKinney here?
Final speaker is Travis McKinney regarding revisit May 8th. Travis McKinney.
Okay. It looks like we are all done with public speakers on non-agenda topics. I'm going to, in just a moment, yield the floor to my colleagues for your board business comments. I'm going to ask you to be graciously brief and speak out of necessity, because we do have a second closed session we have to go into to appoint our citizen advisory committee members. So at this time, Board Member Slingluff, are you ready to launch your brief comments? Thank you.
As long as they can be very brief, which they will be. Thank you to everybody for tonight and for the collaboration. I really think that we are truly heading in a good direction. I enjoyed our retreat the other day. I believe that we're, in essence, starting at a new ground. We had some great collaboration. For those that weren't there, we had some great collaboration with some ideas for the school division, where we want to see the school division going, and I'm sure that we will be following up with that as we look at the vision and mission statement and strategic plan. So moving forward, I expect really great things from that. The only other thing that I will say right at this moment is I just want to, and I'm sure that Dr. Gordon will already be following up on it, but the first speaker in the non-agenda items tonight, I would like to request that there's follow-up on her record of the bus stops and her student being dropped off late, just to consider it. I do know, first of all, you mentioned earlier, I think, in one of the things about the AI trying to help with our bus routes. I know that we are working on it. It's something that our transportation department is constantly look at to see about how we can improve things. So there's got to be a lot of grace there. It's not an easy job, but if you can just take a look at that to see if there's anything that can be deemed from it to assist Ms. Matthews. And I can say this on record too. I watched her little ones back there in the back of the room. They were amazing. They sat there the entire meeting, fell asleep, woke up, did an excellent job back there. So I'm grateful that she stuck with it to come and to speak. And we do welcome parents to come speak to us. I know it's not easy. I know it. We really aren't as harmful as we may look up here. So welcome to come talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Slingluff. Board Member Riddick, are you prepared to offer some brief comments before we go into second closed session? Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to say we had an outstanding Monday. This board had a very productive Monday. I know everybody talking about today's Thursday probably. Look at me like I'm crazy. No, on Monday, we had our board retreat, and we were able to take the reins and develop mission and strategic plans and share ideas of where we wanted our school division to be. And it was very fruitful. We learned the importance of working towards one another and not to pull away from each other and to stop resisting one another. Because at the end of the day, the primary goal should be the advancement of all of Suffolk Public Schools students. And I believe that if we keep the main thing, you're going to see great tangible results coming forward. I do want to take this time to clear some misconceptions. I'm human, and so are other people in this room. I believe all of us in here are human. But just because I disagree with anything that is submitted to the board, it does not mean I don't trust. That's one word and one narrative I wish people let rest and find a new one, because it is being misused and misconstrued only when it's beneficial for people and whatever narrative they want to panhandle at that moment. If we're gonna move forward, let's just move forward. My role is to do what I feel is best based off the information and data that is given to me to represent my constituents. And that's what I'm doing. For those who elected me and those who didn't, I'm their voice on the board, and I'm going to do everything I can do to represent everyone, even when that's to take the unpopular route through to get there. I also want to let some of the citizens know, because it was brought up about the board members and our role in the formulating of the Good News Report. We don't formulate that report. I've always been a cheerleader for Suffolk Public Schools, and I would love that. I love the fact that our community engagement department is finally getting the recognition that they deserve. I believe we have the best of the best on the East Coast, and given the additional resources, I believe we'll have the best in the country. So what I'm asking for is let's put some more resources behind that Department of Six and grow it where we can actually tie in the parent engagement. I heard a lot of board members today talk about parents' roles and parents, it starts at home. Put the money where our mouth is. Let's fund some parent engagement specialist positions who are responsible to go back and communicate and teach families how to support the student, because that's our main thing. I'm gonna stop there, but I just wanted to be clear, straightforward, and to the point. We got some work to do. And based off of what I've seen thus far tonight, I am concerned, still concerned, but I see us moving towards the middle. We just got to stay the course and keep the main thing the main thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members, again, for the collaboration on the dais tonight. We had a pretty hefty agenda that we had to get through. Particularly grateful for our work session and for the time that Cherry Bekaert took to explain the audits and the options that we have. It was wonderful to have experts up on the screen able to take our questions, and I look forward to us moving forward as a board and putting ourselves in a place where we can put to rest a lot of these questions and concerns that have been brought. I want to congratulate Captain Sasha for her WTKR Everyday Hero Award, and particularly because that was associated to a food drive that was done at Lakeland. And it's those kinds of community engagement and community partnerships that I just love to see. And the fact that that captain, who is part of our ROTC, was engaging students to participate in that. I just think that community service is one of those things that we just don't do enough of. We don't teach our children enough to do that. So seeing that was wonderful. I also love the highlight about the All Suffolk Reads being featured in the AASA magazine. It was not the first year that we've done All Suffolk Reads, but I love the idea that students across the district are reading the same book, and so are parents and educators. Everybody is collaborating in that. I do want to talk a little bit about our retreat that we had on Monday. It was a profitable and fruitful event in that we as board members got to sit and talk about strategic planning. It was wonderful for us to get up and move around and talk about our mission vision, breaking some of those things apart, putting them back together, and having a better understanding of that for Suffolk Public Schools. And then starting the process of agreeing on goals, looking at how can we create something measurable that we can track over time to show the progress that we want to have, and really the forward thinking that we want to have, because a strategic plan is not something that's just for today. It's for today and into the next 5 years. And so I look forward to continue to work on that with our board members and growing those goals and being able to hand that over to the superintendent so that he can work on filling in all of those details. I want to thank both of the speakers that came up at the end. I want to start with Ms. Matthews, and I echo what Board Member Slingoff said. You know, we want to make sure that we hear the concerns of our constituents and that we are able to help work through some of those difficulties. I know that our transportation department has had some struggles. We are constantly trying to hire new bus drivers. We're trying to make the routes more efficient. We're trying to make sure that students aren't, waiting around forever for a bus and sitting on a bus forever. And so I do echo what Board Member Slingloff said. I would like to see some follow-up and see what we can do to address that concern for that family member, because she's not the only one that's had that concern in this school year and in the previous one. And then also for Miss Olivia Hudson, who came forward and talked to us about how can parents and school communities collaborate better. I like the idea of the standard operating procedures being put in place and that being used not just in one place but in multiple places. So I thank you, board members and citizens. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. It has truly been an honor and a pleasure to attend so many of our end-of-year celebrations across Suffolk Public Schools. I had the joy of visiting 9 schools, participating in pre-K moving up ceremonies, award banquets, employee recognition events, and the Governor's School for the Arts graduation, and their amazing performances at the Sadler Center in Virginia Beach. And to top that, our 3 most phenomenal high school graduations in the 757. What made it so great is that while I was sitting at one of the other districts' graduations last week, someone ahead of me sitting down was comparing ours to theirs, and they said that our graduation was top notch, and no one compared to that. So that was great to hear. We recently came from a board retreat where you all have heard this several times, and we were reminded that we should be working towards one another, not away and not against one another. And I really did enjoy the retreat that we had. Now, it doesn't mean that we have to agree on every issue, but it does mean that we must keep, as Board Riddick said, the main thing, student success in Suffolk Public Schools. However, as long as a board members change policies because they feel personally wrong, we will never truly build a team. Teamwork cannot be created from a place of retaliation. No retreat or training will fix what personal agendas continue to tear down. I also want to acknowledge that while our school board attorney is incredibly skilled, our policies are shaped by what we give him. So when someone says, I trust our attorney, and this is what he wrote, it's important to remember he wrote it based on what our directions were. Let's not hide behind that. Let our own decisions be ensured that are rooted in what's best for the whole, not just what's best for a few. Everyone has a right to their opinion, but when we speak publicly, whether it's social media, in interviews, or in print, we must take the responsibility to clarify that those are personal opinions and that's what ethical leadership looks like. It's not the whole board unless it's otherwise stated. Now, before I close, I want to directly address something that's been said. Let me make it very clear that I'm not afraid of anyone or anything, and I speak from conviction, not fear. Just because I don't agree with some of the requests does not mean that I'm ignoring you. It means that I'm listening to my own constituents and the people who entrusted me to serve. And my hope and my prayer is that we all strive to lead with integrity, compassion, and clarity, that we don't just say we care about children and our employees. We show it in every policy, every vote, and every action, that our legacy be one of unity and courage, not division and a vendetta, that in the end, we all can stand and lead with purpose and love. Thank you. Have a safe and happy summer.
Thank you. Board Member Fields?
Okay, I would like to say thank you to this board, because it feels like we've taken the information that we learned from the retreat and we've tried to actually implement it here today. I felt it being implemented here today, and I do appreciate that. I want to say again, congratulations to the class of 2025 for their scholarship totals over $40 million. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, $40 million in scholarships and awards. That's incredible. That tells me that Suffolk Public Schools has a lot of excellence in it, and there's a lot of good things that are happening here. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Gordon and thank him for that good climate and cultural survey. Our kids, I believe that our kids are able to thrive because of because of being in such a climate and in such a culture as a school system. So that's a kudos to, again, to what is being implemented here in Suffolk Public Schools. I would like to also say that I'm hopeful and optimistic that the board will move out of the weeds of the audit, and I hope that we're in some way able to satisfy the needs of the constituents in the community who are still insisting that we have that. I hope that we as a board can come up with some solution that would I want to say ameliorate the need for them to continue to ask for that, because we're talking about events that happened over 10 years ago before any of us were on this board. We're talking about purchase cards that can easily be tracked through our internal financial department. So I'm hoping that somehow we can move past that. We can get out of the weeds of that and get about the business of student achievement. I would even ask that those people who are calling for the audit would work along with us to work on student achievement. They're very, very forceful and very, very good at asking for the audit. I would like to see them use that energy to help us to build student achievement in Suffolk Public Schools, and I know that that we would benefit, the whole system would benefit from that, from their participation in that. I'd like to just say that I see the excellence in Suffolk Public Schools. That's my focus, and that's what I'll continue to do. I would encourage my constituents to contact me, let me know what is the desires that you'd like to see coming from this dais from me, and I will certainly be your voice. I will continue to try to be your voice in this boardroom. That's about all that I have to say for now.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Vice Chair McGee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to be real fast. Dr. Gordon, thank you and your team for tonight. Good meeting. Thanks for that climate survey. Really appreciated all that. And I know we had a guest speaker tonight. Well, thanks to all the guest speakers who showed up and spoke before the board, your concerns. One of our students that graduated this year was mentioned, a young lady, Kara Russell. She's the one who received the $1 million in scholarships, proud graduate of Lakeland High School. She was also part of the Project Lead the Way Biomed program. So congrats, Kara. Shout out for your hard work. And thanks, Madam Chair. Have a great night.
Thank you. You know I normally yield my time back to you all. I just have to mention I got this precious packet of letters from some 7th graders at John Yates Middle School. They were tasked to make their final DBQ, a letter to some government level representative, local, state, or whatever. So I've got a whole stack of letters now to read from some kids and their thoughts about John Yates Middle School and some things they'd like to see improved there. Not limited to, but including the start time that is affecting their mental health. So kudos to you guys. I can't wait to read these. Thanks for reaching out. At this time, we will need a motion to go into a second closed meeting.
A motion is needed to go into a second closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act found in Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711. The discussion and/or consideration of appointees to serve on citizen advisory committees for the Suffolk City School Board, which is authorized by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found at Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1.
Thank you. Okay, actually, the motion was made first by Board Member Jenkins, so I will count Board Member Brittingham as the second. Is there any discussion? There being none, were we ready to vote? Let's go.
Board members Oops, I'm sorry. Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins? Yes. Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. As a reminder, leave your personal devices with Ms. Gardner and Mrs. Johnson. You can only take your school-issued technology with you. This should hopefully be fairly brief.
Excuse me.
Before she get excited, this mine. No, this one mine.
Oh, man, over there. Yeah.
I'm sorry. The funny thing is, you know, if I was home, I would potentially not be asleep.
Everyone ready? All right. This meeting is back in order. At this point, I need a certification of second closed meeting resolution.
Whereas the school board of the city of Suffolk convened a second closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires the certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. And therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the second closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the second closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the city of Suffolk.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it was moved, I believe, by Board Member Brittingham and seconded by Board Member Slingluff. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from Ms. Gardner the results of our discussion and the recommended appointees and members of our citizen advisory committees.
The names that I will read will be appointees, school board appointees to the various committees. Career and Technical Education Advisory Council, Dr. Sherry Johnston, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Jeanette Williams, appointed by Heather Howell. Gifted Education Advisory Committee, Sierra Chavis, appointed by Tyron Riddick. Christian Lewis, appointed by Mrs. Slingluff. The Local Advisory Committee for Special Education, Christy Cole, appointed by Dr. Brittingham. Stephanie Whitley, appointed by Mrs. Slingluff. Janetta Whidbey, appointed by Mr. Riddick. Abigail Hockett, appointed by Heather Howell. The Parent Advisory Council, Margaret Rankin, appointed by Dr. Brittingham. Charlotte Brooks Dale, appointed by Kimberly Slingluff. Jewel Hoffler, appointed by Karen Jenkins. Sierra Chavis, appointed by Tyron Riddick. School Health Advisory Board, Shannon Ward, appointed by Dr. Brittingham. Santrika Walker, appointed by Heather Howell. Kevin Cuffey, appointed by Mrs. Slingluff. School Safety Audit Committee, Travis McKinney, appointed by Dr. Brittingham. Neil Davenport, appointed by Kimberly Slingluff. Brandon Randleman, appointed by Tyron Riddick. And Jennifer Barabee, appointed by Heather Howell. The following names are committee members, will be committee members to the various committees. Career and Technical Education, Allison Copeland, Jacob Brown, London Du Bois, Vincetta Dickerson, and William Webb. Gifted Education Committee, Catherine Siebel, Fan Everly, Christian Pettiford, Jacob Brown, Dwan Hoffler Foster, and Darlene Simboyski, I'm sorry. Local Advisory for Special Education, Shakita Kindred, Terrence Jones, Megan Downs, Marilyn Janine Pierce, Shyla Nicholson, Linda Brown, Arthelia Denise Boone Cahan, and Kevin Cuffey. Title I Parent Advisory, we didn't have any. School Health Advisory, Starlina Smith and Christina Banks. School Safety Audit, Rasha Shankle, Jasmine Fields, Alan Edwards, Vincetta Dickerson, Selena Thornton Manuel. Those will be the members to the Citizen Advisory Committees.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. At this time, I need a motion to approve the list of the committee members.
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Slingloff and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
You said that was Ms. Slingloff and Dr. Brittingham?
Correct.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. There are some information items at the bottom for you to review at your leisure. This meeting is adjourned.